Chapter 3277. The Crimson Dragon guessed, but he didn't care about the specific reason. As long as the demonic aura disappeared, it was a good thing for him. The demonic aura disappeared very quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than half of it disappeared between heaven and earth, and the scene inside was also revealed. The shattered void was quickly healing, and the surroundings were pitch black. There were originally 3 star worlds here, but 2 of them had disappeared. If one looked carefully, one would find that they were full of cracks and had been torn apart. The 2 worlds had been completely destroyed. The warriors and billions of creatures on the worlds had all been killed. None of them had escaped. Even the sages had been destroyed in body and soul. The Crimson Dragon drove the spirit boat and quickly shuttled through the void. When he saw this scene, his scalp went numb. Damn it, it's too terrifying. What kind of strength did he have to be able to create such a terrifying scene? With one strike, 2 star worlds had been destroyed. The Crimson Dragon's face was extremely gloomy because he felt that Lin Xian was probably in danger. The demonic aura retreated very quickly, and the Crimson Dragon shuttled through the void at an extremely fast speed. Finally, he saw a dot of light in front of him. It was the Langustar. At this moment, the array on the Langustar had become dark, and many places were full of cracks. Some places were cracked, but most of the places were fine. It seemed that the Langustar had not been destroyed and had survived. As expected of a very mysterious world on the ancient path of the stars, it had actually survived. The Crimson Dragon was surprised. He glanced at it and no longer paid attention. He quickly searched for Lin Xian's figure. The surroundings were dark and cold, and resentment was monstrous because countless powerhouses and half-sages had died here. Damn kid, he's not dead, right? The Crimson Dragon was a little anxious. He still hadn't found any trace of Lin Xian. No, the dragon sword's soul shouldn't have been destroyed. He quickly sensed his aura. The Crimson Dragon probed his soul and searched in all directions. Whoosh! When the darkness faded a little, the Crimson Dragon suddenly screamed. He sensed it. He flew out of the spirit boat and quickly flew forward. Soon he arrived at a place. The dragon's shadow flickered in front of them, lingering there. The light that it emitted was also much dimmer, appearing like a lone lamp in the dark night. Found it, the great dragon sword spirit. The Crimson Dragon was excited. Not only did he see the great dragon sword spirit, but he also saw Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was surrounded by the great dragon sword spirit. His body was damaged beyond recognition. His entire body had turned into a skeleton, and all his blood had flowed out. However, the Crimson Dragon was extremely excited. He originally thought that there were only a few drops of blood left, but now it seemed that the situation was much better than he imagined. Kid, are you all right? The Crimson Dragon rushed over and asked a few questions, but there was no response. He struck out with a great divine ability, wrapping around Lin Xian and bringing him away. At this time, the golden bone suddenly trembled slightly, and 2 small golden flames lit up in its eye sockets. Following that, Lin Xian sent a spiritual message. You're not dead yet. Hurry up and leave. After saying these words, the flames in the golden eye sockets also disappeared. The Crimson Dragon was wild with joy. That's great. He wrapped Lin Xian up and sent him into the spirit boat. In the next moment, he activated the spirit boat, streaked across the void, and instantly disappeared. Not long after he left, all of the darkness in the entire starfield vanished. After a while, the Langustar suddenly emitted an incomparable light, and the array formation on the mountains and rivers quickly disappeared. The martial artists on the ground quickly woke up and flew up. They waited for a while and found that the darkness had indeed retreated. They heaved a sigh of relief. Some powerful half-saints and geniuses flew away and came to the outer realm. When they saw the cold universe around them and nothing was left, they were all shocked. Could it be that the darkness had really retreated? What about the successor of the 9 suns? If they didn't know, they would have died long ago. Damn it! The great demon actually attacked our Langistar as well. Many people's faces turned cold. Indeed, a portion of the Langistar's array formation had been shattered, and demonic chi had entered. The monstrous aura there had formed a forbidden land of death. But overall, they were already doing very well. Soon, they sent people to search the entire star field, and they found 2 destroyed worlds. When the news came back, the warriors of the Langistar were all stunned. With the 2 worlds destroyed just like that, none of them escaped. How was that possible? Some of the younger martial artists were trembling. They also knew about the 2-star realms, because they were not far from them. Although the martial path was not as developed as theirs, there were still saints there. But now, everything was reduced to ashes. Langistar, Langu Pavilion. A few old men sat there with cold expressions, holding ancient turtle shells in their hands. It seemed that they were divining something. Crack! Suddenly, a turtle shell in front of them quickly formed a military formation. It split into 2 halves from the middle as if it had been split by a knife. Seeing this scene, an old man in a star robe sighed. The great demon should be dead. Let's see what happened to the successor of the 9 sons. Next, they divined again. This time, the tortoise shell exploded into pieces with a bang. That energy gave them a fright. Their faces were extremely cold. At that moment, an old voice sounded from the void. Stop divining the successor of the 9 sons. In addition, inform everyone that no matter who asks about the successor of the 9 sons in the future, they are not allowed to spread the news to avoid causing trouble. Yes. In the hall, the old men quickly responded. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. One had to know that they were using extremely advanced and terrifying deduction techniques. Previously, when they were divining the life and death of the great demon, the turtle shell had split into 2 halves from the middle. This situation meant that the person was already dead. When they recommended the successor of the 9 sons, the turtle shell also cracked, but it did not split from the middle. Instead, it split into pieces and exploded with a bang. That was a warning. This meant that the successor of the 9 sons had some kind of energy that prevented them from divining. It even posed a threat to them. Could it be that the successor of the 9 sons was not dead? These elders were extremely shocked. They sucked in a breath of cold air. No way. That terrifying demonic energy had destroyed the 2 worlds nearby, but the successor of the 9 sons was still alive. They really did not dare to believe it. How did the other party block it? Or did the other party have some way to revive the dead? However, with such terrifying destruction, even a saint had been killed. Could it be that the other party had an immortal medicine? They did not know that. However, they felt that the successor of the 9 sons was not dead. If he was dead, the turtle shell would not have split into pieces, and it would not have posed a threat or a warning to them. Chapter 3278. However, they were the only ones who knew about this. They would never spread the news. The demonic aura receded, and the reappearance of the Langia star alarmed the others once again. Many people from all the realms in the universe flew over to investigate the ancient starry sky path, where was the great demon and the successor of the 9 sons. They were extremely shocked. Did they really perish together? When they saw the 2-star realms being torn apart, they were stunned. Heavens, I remember that these 2 worlds used to be full of vitality. Moreover, there were billions of living beings, and there were sages among them. Why is there no vitality at all now? Furthermore, they were torn apart. Could it be caused by the demonic aura? Thinking of this, they gasped. It's over. The successor of the 9 sons is definitely dead. Both worlds were destroyed. There was no way he could survive. These people shook their heads and sighed. They felt that there was no need to ask anymore. In fact, some of the young geniuses heaved a sigh of relief. They had all seen the battle between the great demon and the successor of the 9 sons and were shocked. If the 2 of them were still alive, the threat they posed would be too great. Perhaps only a few people, such as the princes and princesses and the successors of thearchs, could fight against such existences. Other than that, the others were not enough. But now, these two extremely powerful experts had actually perished together. Well, that meant that they had lost two super powerful enemies. Planet Suzaku. In the spirit vein of the mountains, a handsome man stood with his hands behind his back. There was a formation in front of him, and news was coming from it. They were really dead. They had perished together. What an unexpected harvest! This man was Yen Nantian. When he learned that Lin Xian and the great demon had perished together, he smiled. This way, there were almost no one who could threaten him. What successor of the 9 sons? What great demon? They were all killed by my little trick. Only I can become a Tharch. Yen Nantian's eyes shone with a cold light. In the cold void of the universe, a slender man with a serious look in his eyes was followed by a beautiful woman. At this moment, she was also frowning. Was that kid really dead? Sigh. The slender man sighed and shook his head. The news had already spread, and it seemed like it was true. After all, the demon was his nemesis. Moreover, according to the people of the Langistar, the great devil burned his life to summon the first Devil King. That was an extremely terrifying existence. That person's attack had destroyed 2 worlds. It was likely that Lin Xian would not be able to survive. The news spread everywhere. Those who were ranked at the top of the Abyss leaderboard all received the news. They all had different thoughts. Some were regretful, some were gloating, and some were happy. However, they didn't know that there was an extremely ordinary world of stars on the ancient path of stars. Inside, the Crimson Dragon landed. He found an extremely secluded place and set up an array formation. Then he brought Lin Xian into the Black Earth. The Crimson Dragon did not hesitate to cast an Eye of Time. The octatic treasure snake was already confused by the illusion, so it obediently used the Eye of Time. A scarlet eye appeared on its back, flickering with incomparably mysterious runes. Then it slowly healed. Buzz! Something miraculous happened. An incomparably mysterious aura appeared on Lin Xian's body. That was the power of time. The reversal of time caused Lin Xian's body, which was on the verge of death, to rapidly recover. In almost the blink of an eye, Lin Xian had already recovered. If others saw this scene, they would definitely be stunned. Even a saint would be scared to death. One had to know that the injuries he suffered would not recover without a few hundred years. But now, Lin Xian had recovered in the blink of an eye. Only the legendary elixir of immortality could cause such a scene. What a magical thing. The Crimson Dragon swallowed his saliva. Now, there were only 6 Eye of Time left. No wonder there was still a certain number of octatic treasure snakes in the past. But because of the Eye of Time, the octatic treasure snakes were extinct. Lin Xian being able to subdue an octatic treasure snake was a pleasant surprise. Otherwise, although he wouldn't be dead now, if he wanted to recover to his peak, he would have to spend 100 or 200 years. And this time was too long. Especially on the path to becoming a great emperor, he would be left far behind. Kid, how do you feel? The Crimson Dragon raised its head and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief and looked at his own body. What a miraculous power. I actually recovered completely. Not only that, but my memories haven't reversed. I still remember the previous battle. Was this the Eye of Time? It was too mysterious. The power of time was too strange. Even Lin Xian couldn't capture it at all. He couldn't even understand it. The first thing he did after recovering was to use the eye technique on the octatic treasure snake again. After tasting the magic and terror of the Eye of Time, Lin Xian felt more and more that he had to subdue this octatic treasure snake. He wouldn't kill it. He wanted it to live well and even reproduce. After using the illusion technique on the octatic treasure snake again and making sure there weren't any accidents, Lin Xian sighed in relief. Then he asked about what happened after he was wrapped up by the World Devourer demon. The Crimson Dragon gave a simple explanation. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Other than the shocking news of his battle with the great demon, there wasn't anything else. "Kid, what do you plan to do next?" the Crimson Dragon asked. "I'll go into seclusion to comprehend and cultivate. Because I came back from the dead this time, I have a new understanding of heaven and earth. I even have a new understanding of life. After that, it's time to look for Yen Nantian to settle things." When Yen Nantian was mentioned, Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a biting cold light. It was Yen Nantian who had leaked information about him to the great demon, causing the great demon to chase after him. This method of borrowing a knife to kill someone was really sinister. Although Lin Xian had killed the great demon, he still wouldn't let Yen Nantian off. "All right, then you go and cultivate," the Crimson Dragon said. Then he called Little White, and the two of them left. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged again. This time it was as if he had died once and come back from the dead. He had a new understanding of heaven and earth, nature and life, so he had to quickly comprehend it. Previously, the first great demon's devourer of the world was too shocking. That power that could destroy everything was shocking. This was the same for Lin Xian. Moreover, he had a deeper understanding of it than anyone else. Because this attack was aimed at him. 1. His fire precept fragment was also rapidly improving, and a trace of destructive power was channeled out from the middle. Lin Xian comprehended the fire precept, and based on his experience of the devourer of the world, he created an ultimate technique, Annihilation Fiery Lotus. This was called a nomological mystique. Compared to the fragments of ordinary usage methods, the power of these fragments was much stronger. Generally, only true sages could create nomological mystiques. But now, Lin Xian had succeeded in creating one in advance. It had to be said that it was really shocking. Chapter 3279. This was not the end. Lin Xian created a new law mystique based on the power of annihilation and the terrifying scene from before. Snap of the fingers. Lin Xian tried this law mystique. He condensed the annihilation law fragment to the tip of his finger and flicked it lightly. Instantly, the area in front of him was reduced to ashes. What terrifying power! Lin Xian was also amazed. He continued to comprehend. He had experienced death, although he had the great dragon sword soul protecting him at that time. This demon swallows the world was too terrifying. Even saints could be easily killed, so he was also seriously injured. His flesh and blood were all dried up, and the golden bones in his body were also broken. Not a single part of him was intact. Those 3 years were really torturous. However, he had managed to endure it all. Of course, in addition to the protection of the great dragon sword soul, Lin Xian had been using the law of wood to maintain his vitality. He created his own mystique, recuperation. This mystique was created using the law of wood. It was not an offensive mystique, but a mystique for daily recuperation. Of course, he also had another experience, and that was being seriously injured and on the verge of death, instantly recovering. This experience was too shocking. Probably not many people had experienced it before. Perhaps only the great emperor back then could have such an experience after eating the elixir of immortality. Lin Xian combined the law of fire and the law of wood with this experience and created his own mystique, Nirvana Rebirth. This mystique was different from recuperation. Recuperation was suitable for a long time, the kind of cultivation that moistened the rain silently, while Nirvana Rebirth was very suitable for battle. Serious injuries in battle could be recovered immediately. Lin Xian had experienced life and death, comprehended heaven and earth, and created 4 great mystiques. These 4 great mystiques were very terrifying, enough to fight against saints. With Lin Xian's current strength, if he wanted to fight against the great demon, he probably would not give the great demon a chance to use the blood sacrifice. He could use these 4 great mystiques to kill the other party. Now, his strength had improved comprehensively compared to before. It could be said that he had profited from a disaster. The benefits he had obtained from the battle were simply too great. So great that Lin Xian could not imagine it. What powerful strength! He could clearly feel the increase in his strength, and he was overjoyed. After cultivating for a while, Lin Fan stabilized his condition. Lin Xian once again sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. However, 3 days later, he opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "Not good." Outside, the Crimson Dragon also rushed in and said anxiously, "Kid, what are you feeling?" Snow White Little Marquis was also blinking her big eyes. It seemed like she was going to be struck by lightning. That was indeed the case. Outside, countless thunderclouds were gathering. It seemed like a lightning tribulation was about to happen. Furthermore, from the looks of it, the lightning tribulation was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a serious look on his face. "I wonder if I'm about to break through?" "What?" The Crimson Dragon's eyes widened in disbelief. "What breakthrough? Could it be that you want to break through to the Saint Realm?" Thinking of this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Xian had just broken through to the half-Saint Realm. Was he going to break through to the Saint Realm now? What kind of cultivation speed was this? If this news were to spread, it would definitely shock everyone to death. Such a young saint, there were probably only a few of them in the entire universe. However, thinking of Lin Xian's experience, he understood. Lin Xian had fought with the great demon for half a year. That battle was truly earth-shattering. After that, he suffered from the demon swallowing the world. That 3 years of suffering was something that no one else had experienced in 3,000 years. Lin Xian had also instantly recovered from the realm of death and reached his peak. This feeling of nirvana was probably something that other saints would not be able to experience. This experience was simply too precious. No wonder Lin Xian could break through to the Saint Realm so quickly. All right, then break through with all your strength. We'll retreat and wait around. This world is more ordinary. There aren't many powerful people here, and it won't attract the attention of other powerful enemies. It's best for you to break through here. As he spoke, he was about to leave with Little White. No. Lin Xian shook his head. No, Rizalong, hurry up and help me suppress it. I can't break through. I feel that this should be a fragment of the Law of Fire. I want to break through and become a true Law of Fire. That way, I will become a fire saint. But my goal is to become a 5-element saint. I want to collect the 5 elements Tao stones and fuse the power of the 5 elements. That way, once I break through, my strength will undergo an earth-shattering change. Even among saints, it's extremely terrifying. Now, breaking through to the fire saint realm conflicts with my goal. Moreover, if I want to fuse the 5 elements laws in the future, it will probably be much more difficult than now. So I can't break through now. That's true. Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon fell silent. That's true. After breaking through to the Saint Realm with the 5 elements laws, there's an astonishing difference in strength. So now it's understandable that Lin Xian doesn't want to break through. Sai, there's no other way. I can only help you. Kid, you have to think carefully. Suppressing your cultivation is very dangerous, especially for you. Now that you're about to break through to the Saint Realm, if you're not careful, the lightning tribulation will be much more terrifying than before. There's even the danger of dying. It's okay. I've survived the first great demon's demon swallowing the world. I'll definitely be able to withstand this Saint lightning tribulation. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a piercing cold light. Good, the Crimson Dragon said. I have a way. Previously, I even thought about what would happen if I broke through to the Fire Saint realm. What is it? Hurry up and tell me. Lin Xian quickly asked. In the sky, more and more lightning flashed. Even the martial artists in this world were terrified. What's going on? Why are there so many terrifying lightning bolts? But fortunately, this world was too ordinary. In the face of such a terrifying lightning tribulation, No one dared to inquire and could only hide far away. Therefore, there was no one near Lin Xian at all. Inside the array, the Crimson Dragon quickly said, "With the great dragon sword spirit as the core, we'll set up an array to forcibly suppress your cultivation temporarily. This way, you can hold on for 2 years. But it's only 2 years. Next time, it won't be so easy to suppress. After 2 years, if you don't break through to the Saint Realm, the lightning tribulation will definitely be at the level of destruction. Kid, you have to think carefully. 2 years. It's too short." Lin Xian sighed. "In these 2 years, it's very likely that I won't be able to find a 5-star Dao stone. However, I must gamble. Otherwise, he would definitely not be satisfied if he did nothing. All right, 2 years, 2 years. Hurry up and do it," Lin Xian said. The Crimson Dragon quickly waved its dragon claws. "You control the great dragon sword spirit. I'll use it as an array to form a cultivation suppression array in your body. You have to bear it." Next, Lin Xian controlled the great dragon sword spirit while the Crimson Dragon set up an array in his body. Chapter 3280. This process lasted for 10 days and 10 nights. In the sky, the thunderclouds gradually gathered. However, on the 10th day, they disappeared in a strange manner. It was a success. The snow-white monkey looked at the disappearing clouds in the sky and squeaked. The Crimson Dragon and Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. "You're too abnormal, breaking through to the saint stage in such a short time. I'm really envious of Ben Huang." The Crimson Dragon bared his fangs and said. He hurriedly swallowed the heaven and earth treasure and said, "There are only 2 years left. We don't have much time. Let's hurry up and leave." Lin Xian nodded. He had 2 Dao stones in his hands now, and he still had to find the other 3. And the most important thing was the magnetic stones. It could be said that there was still a long way to go. He didn't waste any time and quickly packed up. His goal was still the Lang Yastar. Only the Lang Yastar could tell him where the remaining Dao stones were. The last time he asked, he had already spent most of his divine crystals and didn't have much left. He did have some gains on the elven planet, but most of them were spirit herbs that he needed. Hence, Lin Xian didn't want to give them to him. As for the Eye of Time, it was even more impossible for him to reveal it. Hence, Lin Xian was prepared to agree to the Lang Yastar's conditions and help them in exchange for information. The Lang Yastar was fully open at this moment, so the nearby star field was bustling again. When those powerhouses and geniuses arrived at this star field, they all sighed. This was because 3 years ago, this place was still a land of death. No one dared to come here, not even saints. But now, this place had regained its peace. However, the great demon and the successor of the 9 suns who had stirred up a storm that day had already disappeared. Near the star field, a spirit ship flew over. Inside, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon looked around and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seemed that the Lang Yastar was fine. This way they could enter and ask. As it wasn't his first time coming to the Lang Yastar, Lin Xian had a certain understanding of the rules of the Lang Yastar. Hence, this time his speed was even faster than before. Once again, he arrived at the 12th region, the 8th palace. This time, the one who received him was the same woman from last time. The woman looked at Lin Xian and was extremely surprised. The other party had come to ask about the whereabouts of the Dao stone so quickly. Could it be that he had obtained that Dao stone? Of course. She was just curious and wouldn't ask. The rules of the Lang Yastar forbade anyone from inquiring about their guests. Lin Xian asked again. "I don't have enough divine crystals, but the last time I came, I heard that I could help you complete a task to obtain information. Would it work this time?" "Oh, you want to work for us in exchange for information?" This time, the woman was extremely surprised. She looked at Lin Xian seriously and then nodded. "Okay." Just as she was about to mention the mission, her eyebrows suddenly twitched. She heard a voice transmission. The voice transmission took her by surprise. Asking him to go to the void ocean meant that this kid's identity was not simple. The woman was stunned for a moment before saying, "Young master, please wait a moment. I will go and sort out the mission." With that, she disappeared into the void. When she appeared again, she was in a sealed space. There were two old men sitting there, drinking tea and discussing the Tao. The woman respectfully walked in front of the two old men and greeted them. What was so special about that kid? Why did they want him to go to the void ocean? The void ocean was not a simple place. Ordinary half-sages would not be able to return after entering. Wasn't it too risky to let this kid go? One of the red-robed elders raised his head. You might not have noticed it yet, but don't forget where this kid went last time. The last time he asked about the wood Tao stone, I gave him 3 pieces of information. The beautiful woman frowned in thought. At this moment, the red-robed elder spoke again. Among the 3 pieces of information, is one of them about the elven planet? Think about what happened on the elven planet in the past few years. I think you should understand. Elven planet. The woman was stunned for a moment before she seemed to have thought of something, and her expression changed. The elven planet was the place where the battle between the 9 Suns' successor and the great demon began. Could it be that this kid was related to those 2? Take another guess. The red-robed elder asked with a smile that was not a smile. Could it be that this guy was the successor of the 9 Suns? The woman thought of a possibility that shocked even herself. She quickly shook her head. Impossible. The great demon and the successor of the 9 Suns perished together. It was impossible for the other party to be alive. It was impossible for this kid to be the successor of the 9 Suns. At this moment, the white-robed elder also turned his head. We are not sure if he is the successor of the 9 Suns because the heavenly secrets of the successor of the 9 Suns are covered and we can't deduce it. If we forcefully deduce it, I'm afraid we will attract heavenly tribulation. However, the saint ancestor sent news that the moment the other party entered the Langya planet, there was still a terrifying demonic aura left in a certain place on the Langya planet. The demonic aura inside trembled violently and seemed to be roaring out. When other people came here, there was no abnormality at all. Even if a saint descended, there would be no problem. But when he entered, the demonic aura became crazy. This demonic aura was produced by the great demon. To be able to make the demonic aura of the great demon so violent, other than the successor of the 9 Suns, I can't think of anyone else. Hearing this, the beautiful woman's expression changed instantly. Her mind went blank. She really couldn't imagine that the young man she received had such a background. Of course, she knew that all of this was just speculation because they didn't have any evidence to prove that the other party was the successor of the 9 Suns. However, these speculations were enough to shock her. Taking a deep breath, the beautiful woman asked, "May I know what the 2 elders mean?" The saint ancestor sent news that although the demonic aura scattered on the Langya planet is not much, it is still a hidden danger. If we don't get rid of it quickly, there will be unforeseen events in the future, and the demonic aura is related to the first great demon. It won't be easy to get rid of it. Moreover, once the demonic aura goes crazy, it will cause unforeseen events. After all, the great demons are all lunatics. If the demonic aura self-destructs, the Langya planet will be severely damaged. Therefore, according to the saint ancestor, we should find a peaceful way to suppress the demonic aura. There is a Saint Dharma idol in the Void Sea. Take it out and suppress the demonic aura. This will ensure the safety of the Langya planet. After hearing this, the beautiful woman frowned. A Saint Dharma idol? Our Langya planet has more than one saint. Why do we need someone else's Saint Dharma idol? This is not an ordinary saint, but the Dharma idol of a great saint. Moreover, in addition to being a great saint, that saint is also a lord. He cultivates the righteous energy of heaven and earth, which has an extremely strong suppressive effect on demonic aura. His Dharma idol is the most suitable. Don't forget that there is a seed of the green demon vine under the Langya planet. If that seed is affected by the demonic aura, it will be dangerous. Chapter 3281. Hearing this, the beautiful woman's body trembled and fear appeared in her eyes. She didn't expect there to be so many things behind this. However, the void sea was too dangerous. Could this kid really do it? She was still very doubtful. The red-robed elder said again, "According to our calculations, the void sea will open soon. However, that place is controlled by several large forces. If you want to enter that place, you can't force your way in. Let him go to planet Suzaku, get a good ranking, and then get the right to enter the void sea. Why don't we just let him represent us and go to the void sea? Why go through so much trouble?" The beautiful woman was puzzled again. "What we want is the supreme sage Dharma idol. That thing is also a treasure to others. If we don't give that kid some benefits, do you think he will give it to us for free? Tell him that if he gets first place in the battle on planet Seku, he will get the Earth Tao Stone. At that time, he will go to the Void Sea and get the Water Tao Stone. I think this kid wants the 5-element Tao Stone. Maybe he wants to comprehend the 5-element Tao Stone. So he definitely won't refuse this news. After he returns with the Supreme Sage Dharma Idol, we will give him some free information and give him the title of Honorary Elder of Planet Lenya. I don't think he will refuse. Indeed, although the Supreme Sage Dharma Idol is precious, it is only to some people. For example, to us, it is incomparably precious. But to that kid, although it is precious, it is inferior to the Tao Stone. So, hurry up and tell him this news." "Yes." The beautiful woman quickly nodded and returned to the 8th palace. "May I know what mission Senior has for me?" Lin Xian quickly asked. He really didn't have much time left. He only had 2 years. "This is a chain mission. Can you do it?" "If you can, you might get more than 1 Tao Stone." Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. "You know that I want other Tao Stones. Based on your body temperature, I can guess a thing or 2. But don't worry, our planet Langya has its own rules. We won't reveal young master's secret." "Yes." Lin Xian nodded. He knew that for the Langya star to be able to stand for so many years and be highly respected, it must have strict rules. He wasn't too worried about this. So he said, "Okay, what's the mission?" The beautiful woman said that in 3 months there will be a competition on planet Suzaku. Battle on planet Suzaku? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. What did this have to do with him? The beautiful woman said, "Planet Suzaku organized this competition to give the most recent geniuses a ranking. Because recently it was time to challenge the Abyss ranking again, but for some reason, the Falling Abyss was closed. For the time being, those geniuses were unable to be ranked again, and at this time, there were still many geniuses fighting amongst themselves. This caused a lot of commotion. Therefore, Planet Suzaku wanted to organize a competition to gather all of the geniuses from the ancient path of stars and battle it out to determine the winner. Then, a vermilion bird leaderboard appeared. Vermilion bird roll. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. What good would this do for planet Suzaku? Naturally, it was to create momentum. Their planet, Suzaku, had recently obtained a genius, and they had spared no effort in promoting this genius. Oh, a genius? What kind of genius could make a planet go through so much trouble? The beautiful woman said, "The successor of a great emperor, Yen Nantian." After hearing this name, Lin Xian's pupils shrank and killing intent appeared in his eyes. But soon, the killing intent disappeared. What does Yen Nantian have to do with planet Suzaku? You don't know. This time, the beautiful woman was extremely shocked. This was a big thing that had happened in the past few years. Although it wasn't as big as the battle between the successor of the 9 Suns and the Great Demon, it was still something that everyone knew about. The successor of a great emperor, Yen Nantian, had joined the Suzaku Palace. Yen Nantian was very powerful, his talent was even better, and he had the inheritance of a great emperor. He was constantly improving. He was a popular candidate to become a great emperor on the path to becoming a great emperor. Many people had placed their bets on him. Think about it. If the Suzaku Palace nurtured Yen Nantian to become a great emperor, then the Suzaku Palace would reach the peak and suppress all the worlds. How could the Suzaku Palace give up such an opportunity? There was such a thing. Lin Xian was really shocked. In these past few years, he had been suppressed by the demonic energy, so he naturally didn't know what was going on outside. He didn't expect Yen Nantian to collude with the Suzaku Palace. It looked like the Suzaku Palace was an incredible monster. Of course, the Suzaku Palace occupied the entire planet and was one of the top powers on the ancient path. Also, the Suzaku Palace had put in a lot of effort to attract powerful geniuses. If they could get a good result in the battle rankings, they would be able to obtain a lot of treasures. Also, they would have the right to enter the Void Sea. The Void Sea. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. What kind of place was that? Seeing Lin Xian's curiosity, the beautiful woman said, "The Void Sea is still in the universe. It is a very strange place. To be honest, the main mission we are giving you is the Void Sea. However, entering the Void Sea is very dangerous and requires a lot of strength. Therefore, we will test your strength first. You will go to planet Suzaku to fight. If you can get into the top 5, then we will recognize your qualifications. Of course, don't worry, we are letting you go to planet Suzaku for your own good. If you can get to the top of planet Suzaku, then you will be able to obtain an Earth Tao Stone. Of course, even if you can't get first place, we will still give you information about the Earth Tao Stone. At the same time, entering the Void Sea is also beneficial to you, because there is the whereabouts of the Water Tao Stone. When you retrieve what we want from the Void Sea, we will give you a Metal Tao Stone. This way, you will be able to obtain 3 Tao Stones. Hearing the beautiful woman's words, Lin Xian was extremely shocked. 3 Tao Stones, and from the looks of it, if everything went well, he would be able to gather 5. This made him very tempted. One had to know that he only had 2 years. Originally, he thought that it would be very difficult to complete it in 2 years. This was because it took him more than half a year just to go to the Elven planet. After that, he still had to search for a battle. It was possible to gather all of them together, but it was impossible to gather all 3. But now, the beautiful woman told him that he might be able to gather all 3 at once. This made him extremely tempted. Once he obtained these 3 Tao Stones, his 5-element Tao Stones would be complete. Next, he only needed 1 Origin Magnetic Stone. I wonder what you guys want me to obtain from the Void Sea. Lin Xian took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. The other party had spent so much effort to get him to go to the Void Sea, so the things they wanted him to obtain were definitely not simple. Chapter 3282. The beautiful woman smiled mysteriously. Well, let's talk about that after you get into the top 5 of the Vermilion bird ranking. Sure, but I have another request. If I bring back something from you, not only must you give me a Metal Tao Stone, but you must also give me a piece of information for free. Don't worry, not only will we give you a Metal Tao Stone and a piece of information for free, we will also invite you to become an honorary elder of the Langya Star. What do you think? Honorary elder? Lin Xian asked. What's the use of that? With the protection of the Langya Star, no one will dare to provoke you. Also, after becoming an honorary elder, you can enjoy half the benefits when you ask for information. What? Half the benefits? After Lin Xian heard this, he exclaimed. He didn't care about being protected by the Langya Star, but this half benefit was too tempting. Who knew if he would still need information in the future? The price of every piece of information was very high. If he only had to pay half, that would be great news for him. Deal. Lin Xian quickly nodded. Then young master should prepare to go to planet Suzaku to participate in the battle. I hope young master can get into the top 5 of the Vermilion bird ranking. The The beautiful woman smiled and then disappeared into the void. Lin Xian turned around and left the 8th palace. The information this time made him happy. However, he didn't expect Yan Nantian to be in cahoots with the Vermilion Bird Palace. From their previous discussion, he found out that the Vermilion Bird ranking was created specifically for Yan Nantian. From the perspective of planet Suzuku, Yan Nantian was the successor of the emperor and was very powerful. His strength should have increased by leaps and bounds recently, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to get first place. However, this was without Lin Xian. Now that Lin Xian was here, Yan Nantian still wanted to get first place? What kind of joke was this? It was said that the first place would get the Earth Tao Stone. Lin Xian wouldn't give it to anyone else. Also, he had a grudge with Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife. He would definitely return this grudge. Thinking about this, he snorted and flew into the air, wanting to leave. Suddenly, he frowned as he felt someone using their soul to quickly scan his body. He immediately stopped and turned around to look. Not far away from him was a young man wearing a green robe. This man's eyes flashed with green light, forming mysterious symbols. It was obvious that he was using an eye technique. This person actually dared to spy on him. Humph! Immediately, he coldly snorted, and a golden light appeared in his eyes. The next moment, he activated his eye technique. With a boom, invisible energy collided in the air. Then, the azure-robed man grunted and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned incomparably pale. What's going on? What? His companions seemed to be nearby, and they immediately flew over to support him. Let's go. Shwe, shwe, shwez. Shwe, shwe, lin, lin, shwe. Lin, shwe, shwe. Shwe, shwe, lin. Shwe, shwe, shwe. Lin Xian saw the man's last gaze and he was baffled. Shwe, 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 shwe. He shook his head and stopped paying attention. Time was of the essence. He had to leave and head to planet Suzaku. He didn't care about anything else. With a sway of his body, he soared into the sky and completely disappeared into the void. The injured man's eyes became cold as he said to his shwe, 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 shwe. Where's my big brother? I want to see him. I have to see him quickly. Are you talking about Big Brother Zhao? He's in the 3rd area. Let's go. The green-robed man flew into the air. His 2 companions followed closely behind him. Soon, they arrived at the 3rd area. The green-robed man sent a voice transmission. Big brother, are you there? I need to see you. I have an urgent matter. Buzz. The void rippled and a ray of white light shot out from the 3rd area. It turned into a shadow. It was a majestic man with a powerful aura. However, from the looks of it, it was only an illusion. The man's main body was still inside. The green-robed man was happy to see the illusion. What's going on? Are you injured? The illusory man frowned when he saw this. Big brother, I saw a person earlier. I felt an extremely terrifying power from him. That power was very obscure. If I didn't cultivate my family's eye technique, I wouldn't have been able to sense it. Hearing this, the illusion quickly asked what happened next. What did you sense? I don't know. I can't explain it, but it's not any power I've seen before. It's very likely that it's one of the strongest powers. That kid definitely has it. It shouldn't be his own power. Perhaps it's some kind of treasure. Hearing this, the illusory man furrowed his brows. The strongest few powers? Time is supreme and space is king. Could it be the power of space? As for the power of time, he didn't dare to imagine it. In his opinion, no one could control that power. The power of space was already very terrifying. It's very likely that it's a space treasure. He actually has a space treasure. Who is he? Do you know his identity? The illusion asked. I don't know, but I've already memorized his appearance. Also, I left the 10,000 miles incense on him. With our eye technique, we can definitely catch up to him. Big brother, let's act quickly. We can't miss this chance. Obtaining the space treasure will be of great help to you when you participate in the battle on planet. So, hearing this, the illusion became silent. I still have things to do in the third region. This matter is very important to me, right? What's that person's cultivation level? I don't know. I've never seen him before. He doesn't have any terrifying aura. However, his soul should be stronger than mine. He injured me in an instant. My soul is also injured. Oh, soul attack type. How about this? I'll create an avatar and enter your body. Then, I'll find a few people to capture that kid. Big brother, is this okay? That kid is not simple. The green-robed man frowned. The illusion sneered. So what if he's not simple? My avatar is not something an ordinary half-saint can resist. Besides, the ones I found this time are the top few on the Abyss leaderboard. Don't worry, it'll be very easy for them to capture that kid. However, I'm afraid you'll have to suffer a bit if my avatar enters your body. Don't worry, big brother. The green-robed man shook his head. The next moment, more white lights rushed out from the third region. They became stronger and stronger. Then, the illusion man's figure became more and more terrifying. His aura was much stronger than that of an ordinary half-saint. Even the top geniuses couldn't compare. This man's avatar is so terrifying. I wonder how terrifying this man's true body is. Chapter 30, 283. Boom! The illusory man entered the green-robed man's body. The green-robed man let out a miserable scream. His eyes were filled with madness and pain. However, he soon stopped screaming. His eyes were incomparably deep, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Someone with a spatial treasure? You can't escape from the palm of my hand. This illusory man was actually Zhao Wuliang's avatar. Zhao Wuliang was ranked 5th on the Abyss leaderboard. His strength was very terrifying. He was a veteran prodigy and a peerless expert. Moreover, it was said that he was ranked 5th 90 years ago. No one knew what level Zhao Wuliang had reached now. However, it was definitely terrifying. My current body should be able to use about 70% of my strength. However, just in case, I have to find a few helpers. After entering his younger brother's body, Zhao Wuliang frowned. He found that his younger brother's soul injury was very strange. It seemed that the other party's soul was also very powerful. He had to be careful. Also, when he read that person's appearance in his mind, he found that although the other party looked very ordinary, his calm eyes contained a sense of vastness. It seemed that he wasn't a simple person. As for the other party, he had never seen him before and didn't know who he was. No matter who you are, no one is my match. I remember that those purple-ranked fellows should be here as well. If I let them attack together, it will be absolutely safe. Lin Xian flew into the sky, left planet Langya, and flew toward the outer space. He was still thinking that planet Lang didn't help him teleport and directly teleported him to planet Suzaku, saving him the trouble of flying back and forth. However, he also knew that planet Langya was still testing him to see if he was qualified to enter the Void Sea. It was likely that planet Lang wouldn't provide him with any help before he obtained a ranking on the Suzaku leaderboard. However, he didn't care because 3 months should be enough to fly from here to planet Suzaku. However, he stopped after flying for half a day. He frowned and said coldly, "After following me for so long, it's time to come out." The surroundings were dark and there was no one around. There were only occasional flashes of light. There was no one around. Was Lin Xian talking to a ghost? Brat, your soul is quite powerful. You can actually sense my presence. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Lin Xian turned his head and saw a figure walking out from behind. He was very young and had a heroic bearing. His eyes shone with a piercingly cold light. "Who are you?" he asked in a deep voice. "I am Gao Chong, ranked 13th on the Abyss rankings." An arrogant voice sounded. If anyone else was here and heard this, they would definitely be scared silly. This person was actually Gao Chong, ranked 13th on the Abyss leaderboard. It was truly shocking. The Abyss ranking list was filled with top experts. Being ranked 13th was enough to show how powerful the other party was. Ranking 13th, Gao Chong? Lin Xian was also stunned. The other party was looking for him? Lin Xian asked, "Why are you looking for me? I heard that you have a magic treasure in your possession. I wonder if you can give it to me." Gao Chong's voice was still cold, with a hint of arrogance, as if he didn't put Lin Xian in his eyes. "The magical equipment on my body?" Lin Xian frowned. What was going on? He did have the Eye of Time. Were these people here for the Eye of Time? It shouldn't be. No one should know about this thing. Could it be that the news had been leaked? But how could it be? Lin Xian's mind raced in an instant. Suddenly, he remembered that when he left the Wolf Fong planet, a man in a green robe had once used his soul to spy on him. Could it be that that man had discovered his secret? No, no one could discover the secret on his body, not even a sage. Moreover, although that man in a green robe was powerful, his soul was still much weaker than his. How could he discover his secret? Then what was going on? Magic treasure, what magic treasure? He asked with a frown. Don't hide it. We have already found out that you have a spatial magic treasure on you. Hand it over, and we can let you live. At this moment, the void behind Lin Xian split open, and another voice sounded. Lin Xian glanced behind him. That person was surrounded by terrifying lightning, like a god of thunder. His powerful strength was enough to suppress an area. "I am Yen Kuin, ranked 10th on the Abyss leaderboard." Even more arrogant, this voice sounded. Lin Xian didn't care about the other party's name. He was now thinking about what the other party said before. He had a spatial magic treasure on him? How was that possible? How could he have a spatial magic treasure on him? Did I mistake these people for someone else? What spatial magic treasure? I didn't. You must have recognized the wrong person, right? Lin Xian said. Hee, kid, don't quibble anymore. The news we received is absolutely true. Right at this moment, another voice sounded. Immediately after, a woman walked out. This woman was very beautiful. She was wearing a long blue dress and was slender and elegant. Her skin was like ivory, and nothing could be more beautiful. Beside this woman, there was seawater surging, carrying her. Standing in the void of the universe, she was like an unharmed sea god. I am Zhong Wuqing, 8th on the Abyss rankings. Heavens, these 3 people were all on the Abyss rankings. Moreover, they were all top purple rank geniuses. They appeared together and firmly surrounded Lin Xian. Kid, it should be that green-robed man from before. He seemed to have detected something on you, but I think he guessed wrong. He thought you had a spatial magic treasure on you. The Crimson Dragon is easy to traverse in the black soil. Do you need my help? No. Lin Xian also transmitted his voice. You can cultivate in peace. I don't care about these 3 people. It just so happens that I've recently been reborn with desire, and my strength has broken through. Moreover, I've created a few skills. It's good to use them as practice. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a shocking light. He looked at the 3 top powerhouses beside him, and the corner of his mouth raised into a sneer. Oh, the purple ranking on the Abyss rankings. The 3 of you are indeed not bad, but unfortunately you are still no match for me. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the 3 powerhouses around him sank. They were all geniuses, half-step sages. Their strength was unparalleled. Any one of them could wipe out a group of people. If the 3 of them joined forces, they could suppress everything. No one could escape from their hands. And this kid in front of them dared to be so arrogant. How insolent! Another sneer was heard. I didn't care at all when you invited me here, but now I'm a little interested. Kid, what right do you have to be so arrogant in front of us? This time it was an old voice, and an old figure walked out. It was an old man with silver white hair and red eyes. He was not tall, and there was no terrifying energy surrounding him. However, as soon as he appeared, the surrounding void formed a strange arc, as if it was bent by something. Chapter 3284. The Giant Demon Race. The three purple-ranked prodigies were stunned. They didn't expect a senior from the Giant Demon Race to come. The Giant Demon Race. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that this wasn't a young prodigy, but an elder. He had heard of the Giant Demon Race before. It was a terrifying race, one of the 4 10,000 Archean races. Normally, they were short and could store energy, but once they started fighting, their power was truly terrifying. They were like human-shaped tyrannosauruses. Their physiques were unimaginably strong. You think you can defeat them? Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. If I'm not wrong, you were invited here by someone, right? Where is that person? Tell him to come out. Are you talking about me? The sky suddenly split open, and a figure descended from the sky. He was like a peerless saber light that instantly appeared in front of everyone. He brought with him a powerful storm, causing the expressions of the 4 top experts to change. But soon they smiled. They didn't expect that the other party would come personally. This way there would be no mistakes. Even if this kid was a true dragon, they would be able to suppress him. As expected, it's you. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a cold light as he stared at the figure. The other party was a handsome man with a sinister smile on his face. It was the person who had used his soul to spy on him before. Sure enough, these people were all called by the green-robed man. However, what made Lin Xian frown was that he could sense that although the green-robed man's appearance hadn't changed, his aura was different. This aura was much stronger than before. His soul was very strong, so he could tell at a glance that although the man from before was also a half-saint, it seemed that he had just broken through. His strength was nothing in front of him. However, although the young man in front of him didn't deliberately release his aura, he could sense it. This green-robed man was the strongest among these people. I didn't expect Brother Zhao to come personally. The beautiful woman, Zhong Wuqing, laughed. Kid, kneel down obediently and hand over the spatial treasure. I can spare your life. Otherwise, I'll make a move and you'll definitely die. Do you know who the man in front of you is? This was Zhao Wuliang, who was ranked 5th on the Abyss leaderboard. Do you think you can contend against him? This was immeasurable. This time, it was Lin Xian's turn to be surprised. He had never imagined that the person before him would have such a background. Zhao Wuliang's ranking was very high. Furthermore, he knew that this ranking should be the ranking of Zhao Wuliang from several decades ago. Zhao Wuliang's true strength should be even higher. But why was it that when he first met the other party's aura was very weak, and he had easily injured the other party with soul collision? Could it be that the other party had been hiding all this while? This made him extremely puzzled. All right, kid, are you going to obediently hand over your magical treasure now? Or are you going to be suppressed by us and suffer a fate worse than death? Zhao Wuliang, who was at the front, put away his smile. A piercingly cold light burst out from his eyes, enveloping the entire area. With just you guys? I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian circled the area, not caring at all. He really didn't care. After all, the strongest person here was Zhao Wuliang, but Zhao Wuliang was only ranked 5th. He was ranked 1st on the Abyss leaderboard. Probably only Di Ling could compete with him. As for the others, Lin Xian really didn't put them in his eyes. Not to mention, he had even killed his old enemy, the great demon. He was even reborn, and his strength had greatly increased. How could these people be his opponents? On the opposite side, those people also laughed. What an arrogant kid. Well, my strength has increased greatly over the years, and I can use him to practice. Their eyes burst out with a bright light. Buzz. At this moment, someone made a move. It was Gao Chong, who was ranked 13th on the leaderboard. He rushed over in an instant, and the terrifying law fragments all over his body were constantly waving. One of his hands blasted forward. His entire palm rapidly turned black, like black gold, as it pierced through the clouds. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian didn't retreat at all. He also stretched out his palm and slapped forward. On the other party's fist, there were terrifying law fragments, and in an instant it turned into metal. Moreover, it was a very terrifying metal. It was obvious that the other party had comprehended the law of metal. Although they were both of the law of metal, the other party's comprehension was different from Lin Xian's. Lin Xian was able to increase his attack power, while his opponent was able to metallize his body, making his physique extremely strong. However, so what if he was strong? Who dared to compete with him in terms of physique? Even the supreme demon body of the great demon was not his opponent. Not to mention, his body was now metallized. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. The two collided, like two mountains clashing in the sky. A terrifying aura instantly exploded, sweeping in all directions. Amidst the endless cracks in the void, a figure was sent flying out. His entire arm was split open and covered in cracks. It made one's scalp tingle. Damn it! What was going on with his physique? How could it be so strong? The one who flew out was Gao Chong. His face was full of shock, and he couldn't believe it. He had comprehended the law of metal. This punch of his was so powerful that no one could withstand it. He could even compete with the old man from the giant demon clan. But now he had been injured by the other party's punch, and even his arm had been shattered. It was really hard to believe. The others were also shocked, their pupils constricting. But at this time, another person made a move. The one who made a move was the old man from the giant demon clan. When he saw the strength of Lin Xian's physique, his eyes lit up. Obviously, Lin Xian's physique had aroused his interest. He bounced over, instantly smashing through the void, and arrived in front of Lin Xian. The powerful force caused the surrounding space to solidify, forming an invisible cage that enveloped Lin Xian. At the same time, his right leg was like a coiling dragon kicking out. His target was Lin Xian's head. Boom! This kick didn't have any light, only an incomparably heavy force. The void within 1,000,000 miles completely collapsed in an instant, and the aftermath of this energy quickly spread out in all directions. Soon, it spread over millions of miles. This kick was truly terrifying. As expected of a powerhouse from the giant demon clan, this kick could blast a half-saint into pieces. Humph! Lin Xian sneered, and still struck out with his palm, golden light shining. It was like a heavenly monument had been blasted out, and an even more terrifying sound rang out, shattering the void within 1,000,000 miles. The other experts also unleashed their law fragments to resist the attack. In the next moment, they were dumbfounded. How was this possible? Chapter 3285. They discovered that during the collision, the giant demon clan old man's right leg quickly split open and then exploded into a mist of blood. The giant demon clan elder was also sent flying. How was this possible? How could he be so strong? Gao Chong couldn't believe it. Yan Kuan and Zhong Wuqing were also shocked. Zhao Wuliang's face darkened. He was indeed strong. It seemed that he was a top expert. Don't be careless. There were countless experts in the universe, and many of them weren't even on the rankings. He might be one of them. Show me your full strength. Lin Xian's strength was beyond their expectations. However, they knew that Zhao Wuliang was right. There were countless beings in the universe, and the abyss rankings couldn't rank them all. There were many hidden experts, and the young man in front of them might be one of them. However, so what if he was strong? The 5 of them could suppress him if they joined forces. Buzz! Yan Kuan roared. Lightning erupted from his body, forming a lightning sun that pressed down from the sky. On the other side, Zhong Wuqing also attacked. With a wave of her jade-like hand, the black seawater that filled the sky came crashing down. Boom, boom, boom. The range of their attacks was very large, and Lin Xian was instantly enveloped. They sneered. Their opponent would definitely be injured if he took their attacks head-on. Although they weren't close combat powerhouses, their mystiques were terrifying. Lin Xian's physique shook under this attack. It shone brightly, but it soon calmed down. Lin Xian roared. His body emitted millions of rays of light that rushed in all directions and destroyed the two attacks. In the next moment, his body appeared in front of everyone. How was this possible? He wasn't injured. What was going on with this small physique? Yan Kuan and Yi Shiwen frowned. Even a formidable semi-sage expert would have been torn to pieces by their attacks. However, the other party was unharmed. Could it be that the other party's body had been shattered, but he had managed to reconstruct it in a short period of time? That shouldn't be. They didn't notice it at all. Or could it be that this kid was wearing an extremely terrifying armor? Moreover, it was hidden too deeply hidden in his flesh. They couldn't find out? Regardless, they knew that the person before them was much more difficult to deal with than they had imagined. Gao Chong and the old man from the giant demon race rushed forward once more. They split up and surrounded Lin Xian once more. It seems that I can't hold back anymore. Gao Chong formed a seal with his palms, and the fragments of the law of metal instantly danced, enveloping him. In the next moment, his entire body turned into bronze. He didn't look like a human at all, but more like metal. The bronze was surrounded by mysterious patterns, which was abnormally strange. Whoosh! Not only that, but the bronze metal in his right hand flowed and condensed into a bronze spear. In his left hand there was a bronze shield. The old man from the giant demon clan roared. His originally small body suddenly grew larger, and black stripes appeared on his body. In an instant, he transformed into a monstrous fiend. This was the true appearance of a giant demon. Are you all using your full strength? Then I'm going to use mine too. With a furious roar, Yan Kuan's body was surrounded by lightning, forming a battle armor. Lightning wings formed behind him, and a terrifying sea of lightning formed beneath his feet. Zhong Wuqing also shouted. The seawater behind her surged, and the terrifying law of water danced between heaven and earth. Behind her, the 3,000 weak water turned into 3,000 phantoms. Kill! This time, the four of them charged forward once more. Gao Chong's figure swayed in the air, scattering countless golden runes. He instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian, and the bronze spear in his hand pierced forward. The law of metal filled the sky like a tsunami, surging forward to kill. Lin Xian reached out with his golden hand, grabbing the bronze spear and swinging it forcefully. With a clang, the bronze spear was broken in half. Gao Chong retreated, and at the same time the old man from the giant demon clan charged over. His body had become extremely terrifying. He punched out, and it was as if a million mountains were falling. A large black palm pressed towards the void. Suddenly, the space where Lin Xian was rapidly shattered, turning into countless large black holes. Lin Xian's body swayed again, and light flickered on it. Obviously, the old man from the giant demon clan was very terrifying. However, Lin Xian's physique was far beyond their imagination. The 9-yang divine body only swayed for a moment, and then it was as stable as Mount Tai. However, before Lin Xian could counterattack, the other 2 divine abilities attacked again. The 3,000 weak water. 3,000 waves rushed over, bringing with them terrifying fragments of the law of water. Like 3,000 black pythons, they quickly coiled around Lin Xian and bound him. It wanted to crush his body into pieces. This power was extremely terrifying, and it was all-pervasive. At the same time, the law of thunder fell from the sky. It turned into thousands of lightning whips, and with a light wave, the starry sky outside the realm collapsed and the earth cracked. These 4 people were all top-half sages, and they were extremely terrifying. At this moment, the 4 of them attacked, and it was really destroying everything. However, Lin Xian's body bloomed with light, and like a golden god of war, he stepped on the 8 wastelands and suppressed a part of the world. These energies circulated around his body, but they couldn't hurt him at all. Explode! No one knew who shouted coldly, but the energy around Lin Xian instantly exploded, and a black hole swallowed him. This time he should be dead. The four people sneered and stared at the black hole in front of them. But soon the black hole was broken by a punch, and a golden figure rushed out. It was Lin Xian. You're just SO. However, if you want my life, then go to hell. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a piercing cold light. Previously, he wanted to see how terrifying these experts on the Abyss list were. Now it seemed that they were just SOZO. Now, these people were no match for him at all. I've seen your divine abilities, and now you'll also see my divine abilities. There was a terrifying power circulating around Lin Xian's body. How was it possible that he wasn't injured? The four people were dumbfounded when they saw Lin Xian rush out of the black hole. Damn it! Their faces were gloomy, but in the next moment they screamed, because they found that countless law of fire danced on Lin Xian's palm, forming a lotus. The flaming lotus continued to burn and expand, carrying with it a destructive power. It was as if it could destroy the world. Now, take my self-created divine ability, Annihilation Flame Lotus. With a wave of his hand, the Annihilation Flame Lotus flew out and instantly enveloped Gao Chong and the old man from the giant demon clan. No, damn it. The two of them roared crazily. One of them was surrounded by a green light and completely turned into metal. The other old man from the giant demon clan took out a white giant hammer and waved it. He wanted to destroy the Annihilation Flame Lotus. Chapter 3286. Boom! The Annihilation Fire Lotus enveloped the two of them and erupted with unparalleled power. Everything in front of them was annihilated. When the Fire Lotus disappeared, Yan Kuan and Zhong Wuqing were stunned. They were so frightened that their bodies trembled and their scalps split open. Because Gao Chong and the giant demon race old man had disappeared, only blood floated down from the sky. The two of them had died without leaving behind a corpse. How was this possible? Gao Chong was an expert ranked 13th on the rankings. The law of metal made his body exceptionally strong after turning it into metal. The giant demon race old man was the same. In fact, he was even more terrifying than Gao Chong. The two of them were extremely terrifying physique experts among half-sages. But now, the two of them had been turned into ashes, their bodies and souls destroyed. Who was this kid? What on earth was that flame lotus just now? Was it a self-created ability? What a joke! They didn't believe that a young man could create such a terrifying ability. Brother Zhao, we don't care about this matter anymore. We don't want the reward you gave us. Yan Kuan and Zhong Wuqing hurriedly turned around and fled. It was too terrifying. If that Annihilation Fire Lotus had flown towards them, they probably wouldn't have been able to block it. Originally, Zhao Wulian had found them and offered them extremely high rewards to lure them into action. In their opinion, with so many experts attacking together, they would even dare to fight a saint. But now, they discovered that they had been too naive. They had met this person who was extremely terrifying and unfathomable. He could kill an expert on the Abyss rankings with a raise of his hand. They absolutely couldn't provoke such a person. The two of them were both peak half-sages and were extremely powerful. In an instant, they were 1,000,000 miles away. Facing the two fleeing people, Lin Xian didn't chase after them. His eyes flickered with golden light as he stared at the two figures 1,000,000 miles away. In the next moment, he clasped his fingers and gently flicked them. The black nomological law fragment quickly fused into the void and disappeared. 1,000,000 miles away, the two of them let out a sigh of relief. In an instant, they could be 2,000,000 miles away and completely leave this place. Then they would leave and no longer care about this matter. But in the next moment, before they could move, they were so frightened that their bodies went numb. An extremely terrifying force surged towards them. Not good. Their expressions changed. Even though they were millions of miles away, the other party was still able to attack them with such precision. This truly surprised them. However, the two of them would not sit still and wait for death. Yan Kuan opened his mouth and spat out a terrifying bolt of thunder. Endless fragments of the thunder laws wove together, forming a thunder Tao diagram that revolved around him. Zhong Wuqing was even more powerful. She was ranked 8th on the Abyss rankings. At this moment, with a wave of her hands, she actually summoned the first heaven water. This was an extremely terrifying type of water, incomparably thick and heavy. It was rumored that the first heaven heavy water could crush a half-saint to death. At this moment, she summoned it to block in front of her, blocking that terrible attack. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief after summoning their strongest defensive measures. However, in the next moment, their hair stood on end. They wanted to escape, but they couldn't. They saw the lightning Tao diagram in front of them, as well as the first heaven water, rapidly disappearing and melting. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. Not only that, but their bodies were also gradually disintegrating, as if they were about to be annihilated. No, the two of them screamed and resisted crazily, but they couldn't block this annihilation power at all. In the next moment, their minds were destroyed, and they didn't even have time to scream. Dead, 2 experts on the Abyss rankings had died again. Now, 3 top experts on the Abyss rankings, plus an expert from the giant demon clan, were all killed. This was really too inconceivable. In the distance, Zhao Wuliang looked at this scene and sucked in a breath of cold air. The other party actually had such a method. Who was this person? He realized that he seemed to have made a wrong decision by coming to find the other party. He wanted to leave, but he knew that he couldn't leave, because he was locked onto by the other party's gaze. Stop. If you have something to say, let's talk nicely. I'm ranked 5th. If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay a great price. Maybe we'll all die together. Why don't we shake hands and make peace? I know the whereabouts of the Void Treasure, and we'll join forces to search for it. How about it? If there were other people here, they would definitely be stunned, because Zhao Wuliang actually admitted defeat. This was really too inconceivable. This was Zhao Wuliang, the 5th existence on the Abyss rankings, but at this moment, in front of Lin Xian, he had no choice but to bow his head. No need, since you dared to come to kill me, and you even joined forces with so many experts. Do you think I'll let you go? You're courting death. Zhao Wuliang was angry. Who dared to not give him face? He raised his hand, and a ray of light shot out. However, his body flew into the distance. There was no other way. Lin Xian's methods were too terrifying. With a raise of his hand, for top half-saints were killed just like that. He didn't dare to fight such a person head-on. Lin Xian blasted the saber light away with a punch. He looked ahead at the figure that had escaped into the darkness, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. I said, "You can't escape." In an instant, he flicked his finger. And immediately the power of annihilation flew out again. The void in front of him quickly collapsed. Zhao Wuliang screamed crazily. He shot out a shocking saber light, but he still couldn't stop the power of annihilation. Buzz! All of a sudden, he stopped where he was. A ray of white light merged into the void and disappeared. Pucci, the body of the green-robed man. He turned into ashes in the air. During the process, a scream was heard. It was very painful, but it only lasted for a moment. There was no trace of him. Zhao Wuliang was also killed. The 5 top half-saints who came to kill Lin Xian were all killed here. This was really too shocking. One had to know that this wasn't a life-and-death battle, but a one-sided massacre. After Lin Xian was reborn and created his own divine ability, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. The current half-saints were no match for him at all. Perhaps only a sage would be able to contend against him. However, Lin Xian frowned and seemed to be a little puzzled. Golden light flickered in his eyes, and soon the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. So that's how it is. You actually have 2 souls. Although I don't know what's going on, come out. He waved his hand. In front of him, in the dark void, a scream was heard, and it quickly flew away. The original darkness was shrouded in endless flames, burning fiercely. Then, a white hazy figure appeared and floated in the void. Its eyes were cold. Damn it, how did you find out? He looked very similar to the green-robed man, but his eyes were more terrifying. Obviously, this wasn't the green-robed man from before. Who are you? Why are you hiding in that body? Lin Xian asked. Chapter 3287. The glowing figure snorted coldly. I'm the real Zhao Wuliang. Is that so? I'm afraid this isn't your true body either. You actually dared to send a clone to kill me. You really don't know what's good for you. Lin Xian instantly understood. At their level, it wasn't difficult for them to create an energy body and insert their soul into it to form a clone. Lin Xian could create multiple doppelgangers, but such doppelgangers were created from his own energy and soul. If they were killed, it would cause considerable damage to his main body. Therefore, after using the doppelgangers, he would usually retrieve his soul and the doppelganger's energy form. It looks like your true body can't move. What will happen if I kill your clone? Lin Xian sneered. Damn it, you dare to kill my clone? Zhao Wuliang roared crazily. If his clone was destroyed, his body would definitely be injured. It would be dangerous for him to participate in the Vermilion Bird list competition. Kid, I didn't want to attack you at first, but you forced me to. In front of him, the white, glowing figure quickly formed a seal. A piercing light burst out from its eyes, forming a strange pattern. Then, the space in front of him was instantly torn open. Lin Xian was also sent flying. With a clang, his body swayed, and a crack appeared on it. This is saber technique. He was surprised. He quickly suppressed the surging blood in his body, and the crack on his body also healed. He was surprised that his opponent's eye technique attack was so powerful. It was really rare. One had to know that ordinary eye techniques attacked the soul. For example, he had mastered many kinds of eye techniques. He could burn the soul, control the soul, and even cast illusions on the soul. However, it was rare to see an eye technique that directly attacked the true body, especially one that was so powerful. His opponent's eye technique was very strange. He didn't die. Zhao Wuliang was surprised. His face was cold. Damn it, he was only slightly injured. He found it hard to believe. His eye technique was very famous. It was called the Heavenly Saber Divine Eye. The saber light he emitted was too piercing. No half-saint could block it. He had even used his eye technique to cut open a half-saint weapon. Originally, he thought that he would be able to slash the other party's body in half if he used his eye technique unexpectedly. If he was lucky, he might even be able to kill his opponent. But who would have thought that even though the other party was pushed back, cracks would also appear on his body? However, that was all. With a slight sway of his body, he recovered to his original state. From the looks of it, he was not seriously injured at all. What a strange ocular technique. Lin Xian flew over and said coldly, However, even if your real body was here, you might not be able to hurt me, let alone a mere clone. Damn it, you dare to destroy my clone? My main body will definitely not let you off. The white silhouette in front of him roared crazily. If your true body dares to come here, I'll kill you as well. A fiery red lotus appeared in Lin Xian's hand and flew forward. Zhao Wuliang's clone frantically counterattacked. However, the power of the destruction lotus was something he could not block at all. Thus, in an instant, the clone vanished into thin air. Lin Xian didn't care about Zhao Wuliang's original body at all. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, 5 storage rings flew over from the sky. They were the storage rings of the 5 half-saints from before. Lin Xian's soul entered them, and a smile appeared on his face. It looked like his harvest was not bad. At the very least, he had earned back all the divine crystals he had lost from collecting information. Furthermore, he had earned a bit more. It was time to go to planet Suzaku. Lin Xian entered the spirit boat and quickly flew out the shield. 2.5 months later, they arrived at planet Suzaku. At this moment, planet Suzaku was very lively. After the news of the Suzaku ranking competition came out, countless powerful cultivators and geniuses rushed over. After all, everyone wanted to become famous and gain the support of a powerful force. For example, Yantian was so famous that he could gain the support of the Suzaku Palace. And if someone else rose up during the Suzaku ranking competition, then they would definitely gain the support of other top forces. If that happened, there would be an endless supply of cultivation resources in the future. Lin Xian's spirit boat landed on the ground and found that there were also many spirit boats flying by. Each of them carried a powerful aura. Wow, there are actually so many people. The Crimson Dragon was shocked. Lin Xian also looked around. There were indeed a lot of people, but he didn't care. Aside from a few people who could threaten him, the others couldn't even withstand a single blow. Kid, let's keep a low profile later. After all, this Yantian is in cahoots with the Suzaku Palace, and the Suzaku Palace is the overlord of this planet. If we are discovered, Yantian will secretly mobilize the Suzaku Palace's powerful cultivators to kill us before the competition even starts. Then the situation won't be good. Okay, I'll try to keep a low profile. Lin Xian nodded, but a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. The Crimson Dragon sighed. However, he knew that Lin Xian's strength had increased greatly. Even a sage might not be able to suppress him. However, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he still changed his form. He was no longer in his dragon form. Instead, he transformed into a man wearing a black robe. After the Crimson Dragon transformed into his human form, he was extremely handsome and elegant. However, there was a hint of arrogance in his smile. Come, come, come. Kid, take a look at Binhuang's human form. What do you think? Isn't he handsome? Would he be able to charm those girls to death? Lin Xian. After leaving the atmosphere, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon left the spirit boat and looked around. Let's find a city to land in first. The two of them chose a direction and quickly flew away. Yeah, let's go in that direction. Along the way, the little white monkey pointed to the left. Okay, let's go there. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon changed directions. After flying for about 4 hours, they saw a huge city appear in front of them. Their luck was not bad. The two of them flew toward the huge city, Sunset City. Looking at this city, it should be one of the main cities of planet Suzaku. After entering, they learned that it was indeed one of the 12 main cities of planet Suzaku. It was very lively inside, and there was an endless stream of powerful cultivators. It was obvious that these people had all come from other worlds and landed here. Suddenly, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The Crimson Dragon also looked up at the sky. Someone was coming. Sure enough, everyone else also looked up at the sky. They felt a huge pressure bearing down on them from the sky. There was no doubt that it was an extremely powerful cultivator. Whoosh! A few figures descended from the sky. However, these figures were quickly taken away. Their powerful auras still lingered in the air. Who were those figures just now? He couldn't see them clearly. There was probably something on them that was covering their auras. Sounds of discussion could be heard. The Vermilion Bird Proclamation had attracted countless powerful cultivators this time. Of course, they couldn't enter the abyss for the time being. The only way for others to become famous was through the Vermilion Bird Proclamation. I wonder who will be coming this time. Who would take first place in the Vermilion Bird Proclamation? Chapter 3288. It had to be Yantian. He was like the sun in the sky, and he was the successor of a great emperor. More importantly, he had joined the Vermilion Bird Palace. It was said that the Vermilion Bird list was created for him. Indeed, Yantian was very powerful, and there was probably no one who could compete with him. How terrifying was the successor of a great emperor, unless another successor of a great emperor or a prince came, right? Not necessarily. Someone refuted that. I think if the successor of the 9 sons and the great demon came, they would definitely be able to compete with him. As soon as this was said, the surrounding warriors nodded. Indeed, the news of the great demon and the successor of the 9 sons had spread throughout the starry sky. Many people knew about it, and they had even seen the images recorded by the array formation. However, some people shook their heads. It was useless. The two of them had died together and would never appear again. Yes, the dead were not qualified to compete with Yen Nantian, but the living were still a few who could threaten Yen Nantian. Yes, the first on the Abyss list definitely had the strength. There was also Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang. They were very terrifying. You seem to have forgotten someone. Yen Ruyu, that peerless beauty. Her name was only above Zhao Wuliang's. Everyone was discussing, and the names on the list appeared one after another. At this moment, someone said, "If that's the case, then you've missed out on one person." That was Lin Wudi, the first on the list, who was on par with Di Ling. Lin Wudi was indeed very strong. He was actually ranked first on the list. He was a character. However, recently Yen Nantian, Zhao Wuliang, and the other strength had increased by leaps and bounds. They should be better than Lin Wudi. They were all talking about the top 5 on the Abyss list, because these people were the most promising to compete with Yen Nantian, and most of them were candidates for the first place on the Vermilion Bird list. However, someone said, "Don't be too careless. As far as I know, many hidden experts have appeared this time. There are even rumors of saint-level experts." What? Saint-level experts? As soon as this was said, the surrounding people were stunned. What kind of concept was that? A saint-level expert had come to participate in the Vermilion Bird list? The people they had been talking about, whether it was Yen Nantian, Di Ling, or Zhao Wuliang, they were all half-saint-level experts. Of course, I've only heard about it. I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know if there will be any saints, but I heard that there might be a few new top geniuses who will be born soon. Among them, there seemed to be a few geniuses from the Vermilion Bird Palace. They hadn't stood out before, nor had they participated in the Abyss rankings, but their talent and strength were abnormally strong. This time he might be able to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and defeat those veteran experts. Everyone was discussing this. Without exception, it was clear that the competition for the Vermilion Bird leaderboard was even more intense than the Abyss leaderboard. There were actually so many experts here. It seemed like there was no hope this time. Many people sighed. Initially, they had thought that the battle this time might not be that famous, and that not many people would come. Other than Yen Nantian, they might be able to take advantage of the other rankings. But now, it seemed that they had been too naive. The influence of the Vermilion Bird leaderboard had far exceeded their expectations. It had actually attracted so many experts, and it was even rumored that saints were about to descend. These people could only be bystanders, but no matter what, they had to give it a try. After Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon heard this, their eyes flashed. Suddenly, Lin Xian frowned, and a piercing cold light burst out from his eyes. He saw a person looking at them from a few streets, not far from him. He was dumbfounded, as if he couldn't believe it. That person was wearing a red robe with 2 patterns embroidered on it. It was very strange. When he saw Lin Xian's gaze, his body trembled, and he withdrew his gaze, turned around, and disappeared into the void. What's going on? Seeing Lin Xian's expression, the Crimson Dragon asked, "Wait, what's wrong?" "I saw a very strange person, so I'll go take a look." After saying this, his body flickered, and he also disappeared. While the others were still discussing which experts had arrived, a figure quickly shuttled back and forth. He was sweating profusely. This man was wearing a red robe. He was from the Vermilion Bird Palace. At this moment, he was extremely frightened because he saw someone who shouldn't have appeared. How could the successor of the 9 sons still be alive? This person had seen Lin Xian before because he had seen Lin Xian's portrait from Yen Nantian. At that time, he was only curious about the true appearance of the successor of the 9 sons, who could compete with the great demon. Therefore, he saw Lin Xian's portrait. But today he saw a person who looked exactly like the successor of the Nine Sons. This made him extremely frightened. Could it be that the successor of the Nine Sons wasn't dead? No, this news had to be spread. He had to inform the Vermilion Bird Palace and Yen Nantian. They had to be on guard, or even take action in advance. There was no choice. The successor of the Nine Sons was too terrifying. Even the great demon was no match for him. Now that he was alive, he was a huge threat to Yen Nantian. Where do you think you're going? At this moment, a cold voice came from behind him. Immediately after, the Vermilion Bird Palace warrior's body trembled as he turned around. He was scared out of his wits. Damn it, it's you. You're the successor of the Nine Sons. You're not dead? He was extremely shocked. It looks like you really do recognize me. In that case, I can't let you live. If I'm not wrong, you should know Yen Nantian. That's right. Not only do I know Yen Nantian, but I'm also from the Vermilion Bird Palace. This is our territory. Hurry up and let me go. Otherwise, if you anger me, the Vermilion Bird Palace will destroy your body and soul. You still dare to threaten me. It looks like you really don't know what's good for you. Since your Yen Nantian's man then die. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a cold light. Courting death. You dare to attack me? The Vermilion Bird Palace warrior's expression changed. Ah, he roared crazily. Men, the successor of the Nine Sons is here. His voice was like thunder, resounding in all directions. However, Lin Xian sneered. Don't waste your energy. I've already set up an array. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, the people outside won't know. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. The Vermilion Bird Palace warrior roared crazily. A flaming saber appeared in his hand. The fragments of the law of fire on it burned fiercely. He was also a half-saint. The saber slashed down like a vermilion bird pouncing over. Buzz! Lin Xian pointed forward, and a wisp of sword chi flew out. The next moment he retracted his hand and stood with his hands behind his back. How was that possible? The Vermilion Bird Palace man froze in midair, his eyes wide in disbelief. Chapter 3289. He discovered that his life force had been extinguished. His body was turning into nothingness. The other party had killed him with one move? Was this the successor of the Nine Sons? How could he be so terrifying? He wanted to struggle, but in an instant he disappeared. His body and soul had been destroyed. It seemed that this was a little troublesome. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect someone to recognize him. The other party was right. After all, this was planet Suzaku. He didn't want to attract the attention of a few sages before the competition. If it was a normal ranking, he would just cause a ruckus here and leave. But he couldn't do that now. He had an agreement with Planet Langia, and first place on the Vermilion Bird list was very important to him. He had to get the Earth Dao Stone. The next moment, Lin Xian waved his hand, and a hazy light appeared on his body. His face was especially mysterious. It blocked all vision, and even the soul couldn't see through it. This way, no one should be able to discover him, right? At least he was safe before the competition. After doing all this, he returned to the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon was shocked at first. Who was this person? When his soul reached out, he realized that he couldn't see the other party's face. Lin Xian said, "It's me." "Kid, it's you. What's going on?" "One of Yen Nantian's subordinates discovered me, but I've already killed him." "Damn it. Has Yen Nantian's faction become so powerful? Even the people of the Vermilion Bird Palace can work for him." It seemed that the other party didn't just join the Vermilion Bird Palace. There was no need to pay attention to him. When it was time for the competition, he would just kill him. Lin Xian didn't care too much. "Let's go find a place to stay." They waited for the Vermilion Bird list to begin. The two of them left. They found a place to stay. Originally, the place was overcrowded and there wasn't even a place to stay. However, Lin Xian had just killed 5 peak half-sages, so he had a lot of resources in his storage ring. It could be said that he was filthy rich. He directly used resources to forcefully build a courtyard. After entering, the Crimson Dragon set up a formation. Lin Xian also looked around. Not bad, the environment here is good. There are spirit-gathering formations around, and there are spirit veins underground. It is indeed a good place to live temporarily. The two of them rested for a while. When night fell, they prepared to go out and eat something. At their level of cultivation, eating and drinking were no longer important. However, there were still many half-saints and even saints who needed to eat. They were not there to eat, but to taste the delicious food. The Crimson Dragon was even more so. He was drooling. On the way here, he had heard that someone had hunted a heaven and earth variant. He wondered how delicious it would be. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were walking out, surrounded by a few young experts who were extremely excited. They were discussing nonstop. Hurry up and go to the Sunset Pavilion. They had heard that the people from the Sky Qin Palace were here, and that they were going to play the zither today. They had to listen to the peerless, celestial music. They definitely couldn't miss it. Yes, they didn't know who was so generous to be able to invite the people from the Sky Qin Palace. If it was one of those geniuses, then it would be even better. It was rumored that their zither music contained the Tao of heaven and earth. After listening to it, it would be very beneficial to one's cultivation and comprehension of heaven and earth. As they spoke, they turned into streaks of light and shot forward at high speed. Sunset Pavilion? Sky Qin Palace? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The Crimson Dragon beside him was also surprised. It was actually that sect. They had come too. Oh, you know? The Crimson Dragon nodded. The Sky Qin Palace was very famous, probably not any worse than the Vermilion Bird Palace. However, the Sky Qin Palace was not on planet Vermilion Bird. It was on another world. Their sex weapon was the zither, and their spells were all related to the zither. Let's go and take a look. Perhaps there will be some unexpected gains. The Crimson Dragon was also a little excited. Lin Xian nodded. The two of them also walked toward the Sunset Pavilion. At this moment, the Sunset Pavilion could be said to be very lively. It was packed with people, and these were not ordinary people. They were all very powerful cultivators. There were even some half-sages here. However, none of them entered the Sunset Pavilion. The reason for that was because the fee to enter the Sunset Pavilion was extremely high. Even a normal half-sage would feel the pinch. Damn it, the Sunset Pavilion was actually taking advantage of the situation. Many people in the crowd were gnashing their teeth. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon walked to the front, their eyes shining. There were also many people inside. It was obvious that they were all even more terrifying existences. Lin Xian didn't care about the huge entrance fee. He took out the corresponding amount from the storage rings of the Vermilion Bird Palace cultivators he had killed, and then he walked in with the Crimson Dragon. There were indeed many people inside, and all of them had outstanding talents and powerful auras. It was obvious that they were all experts. There were already many people sitting at the front. The Sunset Pavilion's standards were very high. Everyone present was someone of status, and no one was willing to squeeze with others. Thus, everyone was seated in a certain area. It was truly a carefree and joyous atmosphere. There were only 2 seats left. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon walked directly to them. The two of them had just sat down when they heard a cold voice. "This place is already occupied. Get lost." As soon as the voice came out, countless gazes turned to Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Lin Xian's face was flickering, and his expression couldn't be seen clearly. However, the Crimson Dragon beside him was furious. Someone actually told them to get lost. Did they have a death wish? Who is making such a big fuss here? Get over here. The Crimson Dragon also snorted coldly. As soon as the voice came out, many people became interested. Their eyes were filled with schadenfreude. They actually dared to go against Brother Yin. They really had a death wish. Who were these two people? Did they have a powerful background? They didn't recognize them. They looked very unfamiliar. However, if they could come here, they must have some status. So what if they had status? They would definitely end up in a miserable state. Sounds of discussion could be heard. Sure enough, as soon as the Crimson Dragon's voice fell, a figure walked over. It was a tall man wearing a cloud robe. His face was cold, and at this moment his eyes were emitting a biting, cold, killing intent as he stared at the Crimson Dragon. You were the one who dared to scold me just now? Damn, you dare to provoke Ben Huang? The Crimson Dragon was about to go berserk, but was held down by Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the other party. We paid to enter this place, so naturally we can sit here. I don't want to kill you. Hurry up and disappear from my sight. Although Lin Xian wasn't angry, his words seemed to be even more arrogant. The surrounding people began to discuss. Damn, this kid is even more arrogant. Who is he? He doesn't want to kill? Heavens, he still wants to kill the other party? I think this kid's mind will be destroyed. No one has ever dared to threaten me. Kid, don't force me to kill you. At this moment, another person walked out from behind the cloud-robed youth. He looked at Lin Xian and sneered. Ignorant kid, you don't know what death is? Do you know what kind of status our brother Yun has? Chapter 3290. Brother Yun's elder brother is a peerless prodigy known as Gui Jian. Brother Yun's uncle is Cloud Sky Saint. Can you afford to offend him? Cloud Sky Saint. Lin Xian was stunned. It seemed that the other party's background was not simple. But so what? The Crimson Dragon beside him also sneered. What Gui Jian? Never heard of him. You really don't know what's good for you. You haven't even heard of Gui Jian? Let me tell you, Gui Jian Yun Tianchao is the favorite to win the championship this time. Do you know that? Now that you dare to provoke Gui Jian's younger brother, hurry up and kneel down, kowtow, and admit your mistakes. As the voice sounded, the atmosphere in the entire space froze. Everyone was sneering. They knew that Lin Xian and Yun Tianchao were dead meat. However, Lin Xian raised his head, and the corners of his mouth curled into a disdainful smile. So it was a fox pretending to be a tiger. After saying so much, it's just that your elder brother and uncle are powerful. You should be a piece of trash. If you want to find trouble with me, at least get your elder brother and uncle here, right? You don't have the right. Lin Xian sneered and shook his head. You're courting death. In front, the tall man was enraged. No one had ever dared to provoke him like this. He raised his hand, and a terrifying aura surged from his body. However, in the next moment, he flew out with a bang. Lin Xian slowly retracted his palm. I hate it when people threaten me. Boom! The tall youth flew out. He shattered the void, and a thunderous sound was heard. The surrounding elite cultivators were all dumbfounded. Someone actually dared to attack Yin He. Did he want to die? The Crimson Dragon laughed loudly. Kid, you're so satisfying. I've long wanted to attack you. Yin, he was sent flying by Lin Xian's palm. He shattered the void, and the blood in his body roiled. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire face was terrifyingly black. He attacked. The other party actually dared to attack him. No one had ever dared to attack him. One had to know that once his elder brother and uncle's names were out, even the top prodigies did not dare to attack him. Even Yan Nantian did not dare to attack him. But the other party dared to attack him? He wanted the other party to die. He wanted Feng's soul to be destroyed. Kill! With a roar, Yunhe rushed over. He struck out with his palm with terrifying power. Mysterious cloud patterns appeared between his fingers. Clearly this was the law of clouds. Lin Xian wasn't afraid as he stared at the terrifying white cloud hand. He waited until the hand was right in front of him before he shot out a flame. The fire burned, igniting the white cloud palm. Ah! Yunhe screamed. His body was on fire, and white smoke rose from his body. The pain drove him crazy. Damn it, he was really mad. He could not believe that the other party's comprehension of laws was actually above his. Just as he screamed, in the next moment he fell to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. That was because the overflowing flames had turned into a fire dragon, spiraling around him. Like a coiling dragon, it suppressed the other party to the ground. "Ah, damn it, I'm going to kill you." Yun, he screamed as if he had gone mad. A terrifying power rushed out of his body. A large azure banner flew out of his eyes. It fluttered in the wind and turned into a storm, entangling the coiling dragon phantom. Whoosh! He rushed out. A silver sword appeared in his hand, and he stabbed forward. Both of them were half-saint artifacts. The biting cold sword Qi stabbed forward and instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. But in the next moment he was sent flying again. Lin Xian stretched out a large golden hand and slapped forward. It was like a golden mountain, and it instantly turned the other party's arm into a bloody mist. The half-saint artifact sword fell to the ground, and Yun, he vomited blood as he flew backward. Lin Xian pointed again, and the terrifying law of water surged out, turning into a monstrous wave that surged in front of him. Boom! 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 The seawater hit Yun He's body, smashing his body. Yun He's body was like a broken piece of porcelain covered in cracks. In the end, he was pressed to the ground by the wave, unable to resist at all. The surrounding people gasped, and their faces were full of shock. Yun, he was actually suppressed, and he was easily beaten. This was simply too inconceivable. Some of the people who knew Yun, he were even more shocked. They knew that Yun he was arrogant, but Yun he was not weak. His opponent was a half-saint and a genius. It was just that he was overshadowed by his uncle and brother. But if anyone underestimated Yun he because of this, they would definitely be at a disadvantage or even lose their lives. But such a genius expert was actually beaten up. Who was this person in front of them? Why was his strength so terrifying? For a moment, the air was terrifyingly quiet. Damn it! How dare you attack Brother Yin? The few people who came with Yin, he were also furious. Two of them attacked, wildly attacking Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian pressed him to the ground with a slap. Their bodies were torn apart, and blood splattered everywhere. The terrifying smell of blood made one's scalp feel like it was about to explode. Lin Xian's gaze swept in all directions with a trace of terrifying coldness. The others did not dare to act rashly. After suppressing the three people, Lin Xian withdrew his hand. He slowly walked to the side, sat down, and poured himself a glass of spirit wine. He raised the wine glass and looked at Yun He, who was being suppressed by the monstrous sea, with a faint smile. "Do you think I'm qualified?" There was a trace of mockery in his voice. Yun He was so angry that his body was trembling. Damn it, not only did he beat him up and suppress him, he even dared to mock him. This was a slap in the face. The people around him were all Heaven Stage experts. If he could not fight back, how could he survive in the future? "Damn, brat, I'm going to kill you. I must kill you." Yun He screamed like a madman, and his killing intent soared to the sky. But he could not rush out all. Lin Xian sneered. "You, Ada, kill him for me. Tear him into pieces." Yun He roared. Boom! As the voice fell, the ground sank, and then a figure walked over. It was a burly man with a ferocious gait. His physique was strong to the extreme. The moment he appeared, the surrounding void shattered rapidly, unable to withstand a single blow. It was obvious that Ada was Yun He's guard, and his strength was probably stronger than Yun He's. Ada usually protected Yun He, but at this moment his master was being suppressed here. He had wanted to take action for a long time, and now that he received Yun He's order, he no longer had any scruples. A large bronze hand stretched out and covered the sky. In an instant, it was above Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, trying to catch them. But his main target was still Lin Xian. "You want to compete with me in close combat?" Lin Xian had a strange look on his face. The Crimson Dragon beside him also sneered. He shook his head. knowing that Ada would end up badly. In the next moment, he raised his fist and punched forward. Boom! Their palms collided and cracks spread out in the void. But the Sunset Pavilion was not an ordinary place. Immediately, the array was activated and enveloped everything. Other arrays were activated, and the violent energy generated by the two was directed outside. Chapter 3291. The entire Sunset Pavilion was shaking. A violent force swept across the world, rushed out of the pavilion, and flew into the sky. Those who were still waiting outside and trying to go in all trembled. A trace of fear appeared in their eyes. What a violent aura! Many people's faces turned pale. At the same time, they were shocked. What was going on? Could it be that there was a fight inside? Oh my God! What happened? They reached out their souls, crazily, trying to find out. Inside the Sunset Pavilion, it was terrifyingly quiet. Only the sound of blood dripping could be heard. Ada, the terrifying strength-type half-saint, had his palm split open and his body trembled. Many cracks appeared on his palm. He kept retreating with a face full of shock. He had just exchanged a blow with his opponent. In his opinion, his opponent was strong, but his strength was definitely not as strong as his. He might be able to suppress his opponent with his strength, but the outcome was beyond his expectations. With a single punch, he was defeated. His opponent surpassed him in both strength and physique. He was no match for him at all. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. Just who was this kid? They did not know. They could not see his face clearly. They were blocked by the hazy light. Countless people's eyes lit up. They wanted to see through Lin Xian's real face. However, they could not do it at all. On the other side, Yun He, who was suppressed by the sea, saw this scene and his pupils constricted. How could it be? Even Ada was no match for him? Lin Xian withdrew his palm. He nodded slightly at Ada. He had to admit that Ada's strength was not bad since he could take his punch without turning into a bloody mist. But compared to him, the gap between them was like heaven and earth. What other tricks do you have? Show them all. Lin Xian picked up the wine cup again and swirled the spirit wine inside. Damn kid, don't be so arrogant. If my brother, Gui Yunjian, was here, you would not dare to be so presumptuous. Yun, he gritted his teeth. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? It seems that I haven't taught you a lesson yet. How about this? I'll suppress you for 100 years and then teach you a good lesson. Lin Xian's voice was so cold that it made everyone's scalp tingle. Yun, he was so angry that he vomited blood. His opponent's tone was too arrogant. He treated him like a slave. Whoa. But at this moment, the sound of a zither rang out, causing everyone to calm down. Even the killing intent and bloody light that filled the sky disappeared. It was as if a pair of gentle hands had come and soothed their hearts. What a strange sound. Lin Xian was also stunned and turned to look. In front of him, a beautiful figure in white walked over. She held a guqin and gently played it. His fingers, which were as smooth as white jade, moved across the zither strings. Immediately, a pleasant sound was heard. At the same time, a clear voice sounded. The Vermilion Bird Tournament is about to begin. Right now, the most important thing for the young masters to do is to relax and not fight. They were from the Sky Qin Palace. Many people cried out in surprise, revealing a trace of ecstasy on their faces. They had come this time to listen to the celestial music played by the prodigies of the Sky Qin Palace. Lin Xian also squinted his eyes. Indeed, the Sky Qin Palace had some tricks up their sleeves. This music contained a mysterious power. All right, since the fairy had said so, then he would spare his life. Lin Xian waved his hand and swept Ada and Yun He, who was lying on the ground, out. The strong wind swept the two of them out of the Sunset Pavilion. The people outside were still using their souls to investigate. Suddenly, they cried out in surprise. They saw two figures fly out from inside, shattering the void and landing on the ground. Many large cracks appeared in the surrounding space, causing many people to frantically retreat. Who was this? They were puzzled. A few half-saints among them cried out in surprise. Oh heavens, it was young Master Yin. Young Master Yin? Which young Master Yin? The others were puzzled. Someone screamed. Of course it was Yun He, young Master Yin. What? It was him. You mean that young Master Yin whose brother was the Cloud Sword and whose uncle was a saint? That's right, it was him. Many people cried out in surprise. After hearing this, the others gasped. They could not believe that such a terrifying young Master Yin had been beaten out. Oh heavens, who was the one fighting inside? A peerless genius? However, even a peerless genius would not easily offend young Master Yin. After all, his uncle was a saint. The Yun family was a top family clan. Damned brat. Just you wait. This matter definitely won't end like this. I'm going to tear you to shreds. Yun He's face was cold, and he was trembling with anger. However, he did not attack again. Ada, let's go. The two of them tore through the void and escaped in an instant. In the sunset pavilion, the melodious sound of a zither could be heard. Everyone was intoxicated by the sound. Even Lin Xian was very surprised. Indeed, he found that the sound of the zither was helpful for him to comprehend heaven and earth. Needless to say, the person playing the zither should also be a half-saint. Moreover, it should be an extremely terrifying one. In addition, the sound of the zither and the zither itself should be a rare treasure in the world. That was why it could prevent others from comprehending the way of heaven and earth. After the sound of the zither, everyone was still comprehending. In front, the woman from the Sky Qin Palace had left. Where did the fairy go? After a while, someone opened his eyes in surprise. No one knew where she had gone. Lin Xian opened his eyes as well. There was a mysterious light in his eyes. He was shocked and happy at first, but then he shook his head with a bitter smile. The sound of the zither could indeed help him comprehend heaven and earth. However, there was also a troublesome matter. This was because his fragment of the law of fire had reached an extremely terrifying level. It was about to become a true law. Previously, it had almost attracted a heavenly tribulation. In other words, Lin Xian was about to break through. Previously, if not for the Crimson Dragon using the Great Dragon Sword Soul to set up a formation and forcefully suppress it, he would have broken through long ago. Now that he heard it, his fragment of the law of fire became uneasy again. It scared Lin Xian so much that he quickly cut off the connection and turned to comprehend other laws. The fairy had left. What a pity. After listening for a short while, I felt that I had a new understanding of heaven and earth laws. If I could listen to it for a long time, my cultivation and comprehension would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Yes, it was no wonder that the prodigies of the Sky Qin Palace were so respected. There was a certain logic to it. A few other prodigies looked envious. They really wanted to marry a prodigy of the Sky Qin Palace as their wife. That way, they would be able to listen to such music every day. Stop dreaming. Even if someone from the Sky Qin Palace wanted to marry someone, it would be a peerless powerhouse. We probably have no hope. Many people shook their heads and sighed. Let's go. The Vermilion Bird List competition will begin in a few days. Also, I seem to have comprehended something just now. Yes, I have to go back and cultivate in seclusion for a few days. Who knows? I might be able to increase my cultivation temporarily. These people all stood up. Lin Xian and Lin Xian stood up. The two of them also walked out. Chapter 3292. The two of them had gained a lot of enlightenment this time, especially the Crimson Dragon, who was extremely excited. He let go of his mind and began to comprehend. However, at the same time, the void outside began to tremble violently as if it was boiling. A terrifying pressure pressed down from the sky. Initially, the people around the Sunset Pavilion were trembling, and many of them were kneeling on the ground. Damn it, what's happening? They raised their heads. The sky was filled with countless experts descending from the sky, strong cultivators and many strong cultivators, as well as demonic beasts. They saw the powerful figures descending from the sky while riding on beasts. Some of them were standing on chariots, while others were descending from the sky. Every one of them was very powerful. They were cold and murderous. Obviously, they were all experienced fighters. The leader was a tall young man with a cold expression. What? It's him. Yun-hee. He's the one who was beaten up. Many people were shocked. At the same time, they knew that Yun-hee was here for revenge. Moreover, he was here with a group of powerful figures. This group of people arrived in a grandiose manner, blocking the Sunset Pavilion. At the same time, the elites who came out of the Sunset Pavilion were also stunned. Then they glanced behind them and revealed a look of anticipation. It seems that a good show is about to begin. They quickly moved to the side and crossed their arms. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon frowned. In particular, Lin Xian had a cold look in his eyes. He raised his head and looked at the sky. It seems that letting you go just now was a wrong choice. Indeed, you made a wrong choice. Unfortunately, you let me go. This time I won't let you go. I'll make you wish you were dead. Yun, he sneered with a ferocious look on his face. So what if the other party is strong? I've brought a large number of powerful figures with me. Can't I defeat the two of them? Men, take this kid down. I'll tear him into pieces. Yun, he put his hands behind his back and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Buzz. At this moment, a figure made a move. It was an old man. Like a ghost, his speed was very fast. In an instant, he tore through the void and arrived in front of Lin Xian. A large hand was clasping Lin Xian's head. That hand contained an extremely terrifying law fragment. The law of earth was incomparably heavy. It flickered in the old man's palm like a giant mountain that could crush everything. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. Around them, the onlookers retreated frantically. At the same time, they exclaimed, "It's over, that brat is dead for sure." Of all people to offend, he had to offend young Master Yin. Even 100 lives would not be enough to save him. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a cold light. He lifted his golden hand and released the laws of metal. With a palm strike, the thick earth formed by the law of earth was directly pierced through. That wasn't all. The slap landed on the old man's face and sent him flying. Pa! The crisp sound of a slap rang out. The half-step Saint Elder spun in the air for more than 300 times before flying backward. Half of his face was smashed into a bloody mess. "Damn it, I'm going to kill you!" The half-step Saint roared. With a frenzied roar, the law of earth moved quickly and rolled. The shadow of a huge mountain circled around him. Thousands of mountains descended. Countless shadows of mountains, each of which was incomparably heavy, fell down frantically. He wanted to kill Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian dodged calmly. He raised his golden hand and slapped forward again. Another crisp sound of a slap rang out. This time, the half-step saint's head was completely smashed into pieces. At the same time, Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. He quickly charged towards Yun-hee. Yun, he was scared out of his wits when he saw that. He quickly retreated and shouted at the same time, "Stop him! Kill him! Kill him for me!" Hearing Yun-hee's order, the surrounding people all moved out. Ada was the first to move. His fists were like dragons that directly exploded a part of the world. Not only that, but 2 more figures appeared beside him. Aer and San were his 2 brothers. They were also half-saints. The 3 of them working together was really terrifying. The 3 brothers had very strange means. When the 3 of them worked together, it was as if they had 3 heads and 6 arms. Lin Xian faced the 3 of them. He crossed his arms, and the law of earth quickly operated in his hands. Then he used the great dragon sword soul to form a huge cauldron. It stood tall like a divine cauldron, and threw it forward. Boom! The law that Lin Xian had comprehended was very powerful. The law of earth was much stronger than the previous half-step saints. In addition, the divine ability of the great dragon sword soul was really terrifying to the extreme. Therefore, when the divine cauldron was thrown out, the world instantly shattered. The surrounding people were all blown away. Not good. The three brothers' expressions changed drastically. Countless cracks appeared on their bodies in an instant. Retreat quickly. The power was too terrifying. The three of them wanted to escape, but the divine cauldron covered a large area. Although it was heavy, the speed of its descent was very fast. In an instant, the three of them were enveloped. The three of them gritted their teeth and raised their hands to the sky, trying to block the descent of the divine cauldron. However, Lin Xian waved his hand and the divine cauldron instantly accelerated again. With a boom, the three of them were blasted into a bloody mist. Ah! The three of them screamed. They were half-step saints. They couldn't die immediately, but they couldn't break free either. They were firmly suppressed by the divine cauldron. Lin Xian turned his head and stared at Yunhe. Yunhe walked forward again. Damn it! What are you all standing there for? Let's go! Yunhe screamed crazily. He realized that Lin Xian's gaze was too terrifying. It was as if it was going to pierce through him. At the same time, he was even more shocked. The three half-step saints were easily suppressed by the other party. Who was this person? However, the surrounding people were a little hesitant. To be honest, Lin Xian's previous means were too terrifying. He had directly suppressed them. This showed that the other party was definitely a powerhouse. He was also a top existence among the half-step saints. Perhaps the other party was one of the favorites this time. However, they also knew Yunhe's identity. This was especially true for his uncle, who was a saint. A living saint. He was more terrifying than any genius. Therefore, at this moment, when they heard Yunhe's order, they could only sigh and attack. The six of them joined forces. 6 half-step saints. This shocking scene was extremely shocking. Perhaps even a peerless genius wouldn't be able to stop them. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He really didn't take the 6 half-step saints seriously. One had to know that he was only one step away from becoming a saint. His true strength was definitely not inferior to a saint's. He was confident that he could kill even a saint today, not to mention these 6 half-step saints. However, at this moment, the crimson dragon flew up. Let's attack together, in order to prevent you from using all your strength. Okay. Lin Xian nodded and didn't refuse. Oh no. Hurry up and attack. Seeing another person rushing up, the 6 half-step saints' expressions changed, and they quickly moved. They first joined forces to kill this kid. The 6 half-step saints stared at Lin Xian. Chapter 32:93. Monstrous, murderous intent surrounded Lin Xian like an ocean. They knew that they had to get rid of the enemy in front of them first. Otherwise, they would be in great danger if they were ambushed at any time. The power of the 6 half-saints made everyone tremble and their scalps go numb. However, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. What's more, they were merely 6 half-saints. A cold light appeared in his eyes, and the law of water surged out, turning into a supreme wave that rushed forward. Did he scatter the 6 half-saints in an instant? Oh no! What a terrifying law of water! They were surprised. They did not expect the other party to be so terrifying that their formation was scattered in an instant. At this moment, the crimson dragon rushed up and opened its mouth to spit out thunderbolts that instantly enveloped the 3 of them. The other 3 were once again targeted by Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the law of water this time. Endless blue fragments gathered together and condensed into a figure in the endless waves. The figure was very hazy, but the aura was extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it was like a god that suppressed the surroundings. The 3 half-saints trembled and could not move at all. Buzz! At this moment, a bell appeared between the eyebrows of one of them. It shook quickly, and the sound of the bell woke them up. In the next moment, they bit the tip of their tongues to maintain their consciousness and roared crazily. Attack! Don't be surrounded by him. The three of them attacked, and terrifying supernatural powers rushed over. However, in front of the sea, they were completely swallowed up. The sea seemed to be endless and swallowed everything. There was no energy transmitted to Lin Xian at all. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He stretched out his hands and clenched them hard. The binding of the sea. Suddenly, the sea in front of him surged, and an invisible pressure crushed the bodies of the two half-saints, turning them into a bloody mist. 3 screams sounded, and then they were extremely miserable and restored to their original state. However, they were trapped by the monstrous seawater. Who else is there? Call them out. Lin Xian said coldly. Yunhe's scalp went numb. Who else did he have? He had brought 10 half-saints with him this time. The lineup was so powerful that they even dared to challenge the saints. But now he was being suppressed so easily. A kind of fear rose in his heart. He was now very regretful. Why did he provoke this demon? At the same time, he was extremely shocked. Who was the other party? Why was the other party so powerful? This was already beyond the capabilities of an ordinary half-saint. Even a peak half-saint would not be able to achieve this. Could it be that he was a saint? He thought of a possibility, but he quickly shook his head. That was impossible. The other party had clearly used a law fragment and not a true law. This meant that the other party was not a true saint. The others were also discussing, spiritedly. The scene before them had happened too quickly. Lin Xian was able to suppress more than one half-saint with just a lift of his hand. Now, the other party had injured one of them, suppressed 6 of them, and the other 3 had been suppressed by their companions. This method was heaven-defying. Previously, they had thought that Lin Xian and the others were doomed. But now, it seemed to them that he had kicked an iron plate. If no one comes to help you, then I'll send you to hell. A cold-killing intent appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. To be honest, he didn't want to cause trouble on planet Suzaku for the time being. However, he wanted to keep a low profile, but someone just had to come to his door to seek death. He had let the other party live, but the other party had brought 10 half-saints to kill him. If he had been any weaker, he would have been killed and would have suffered a fate worse than death. How could he let the other party go? There was no one around Yunhe anymore. When he saw Lin Xian walk over, he screamed like a madman. His gaze swept the surroundings as his voice rang out. Who will help me? Help me kill him. I'll ask my uncle to accept him as a disciple. Many people were shocked when they heard this. Yunhe's uncle was a saint. If he was accepted as a disciple of a saint, then his comprehension of the heavens and earth would increase by leaps and bounds. To be honest, many people were tempted. However, when they saw the 6 half-saints being suppressed, their hearts turned cold. No one stepped forward. Instead, they took a few steps back. Yunhe's heart sank when he saw this. At the same time, he screamed again, "Don't kill him, save me. If you can save my life, then you will be my Yun family's benefactor. My Yun family will definitely treat you well. I promise that my Yun family will give you a real saint artifact." What? A real saint artifact? Everyone's pupils shrank. Those experts also sucked in a breath of cold air. To be honest, a saint artifact was an extremely terrifying existence. It far surpassed a half-saint artifact. In fact, not every saint possessed a saint artifact. The reason for that was because the materials needed to craft a saint artifact were simply too precious. They were very difficult to find. It was not easy to refine a saint artifact now. If they could obtain a saint artifact, their strength would increase exponentially, even for half-saints like them. There were also great benefits. Their combat strength would also increase greatly. Therefore, many people were tempted, but no one dared to make a move. However, with such a great reward, someone still stepped forward. Is what you said true? At this moment, a voice rang out. He was ecstatic when he heard this. It's true. I swear on my life. As long as you save me, my Yun family will definitely give you a saint artifact. If I violate it, I will be struck by lightning. All right, I can save your life. A figure walked out of the cave. It was a man dressed in white. He held a folding fan and looked like a middle-aged scholar. He was very polite. As soon as he appeared, he moved as fast as lightning and arrived in front of Yun He in an instant. I'll save his life. What? Did someone really make a move? Who was this person? How dare he be so arrogant? Did he think that he was more terrifying than 6 half-saints joining forces? Discussions broke out one after another. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Save him? Do you know what the consequences of going against me are? Isn't it just being suppressed? The middle-aged man sneered. However, Lin Xian shook his head. You're wrong. The consequences of going against me is death. When he said that, a cold killing intent burst out from his eyes. The 9 heavens and 10 lands were trembling. Everyone held their breaths. Yun He was so scared that he almost wet his pants. The middle-aged scholar's pupils constricted, but his face soon darkened. This kid is too arrogant. I know you're very strong and can suppress many half-saints. However, there's a big difference between suppressing a half-saint and killing a half-saint. Moreover, I'm not an ordinary half-saint. Is that so? I'd like to see what ability you have to protect him in front of me. Lin Xian took a step forward. A terrifying aura surged forward. Endless seawater appeared around them, covering the sky and the earth. It completely enveloped the middle-aged scholar and Yun He. The terrifying waves turned into countless blue, sword shadows. They wanted to kill Yun He. Chapter 3294. Save me. Yun He tried his best to resist, but he was no match for Lin Xian. Soon, the laws that he cast were pierced. At that moment, the middle-aged scholar came alive. He shouted coldly, closed the folding fan in his hand, and waved his left hand in the air. Suddenly, a chessboard appeared in his hand. It was a chessboard with black and white chess pieces that shone with a demonic light. What's that? Is it a game of chess? Many people discussed, but some of them were shocked and screamed. It's the heaven-crippling chessboard game. That's the heaven-crippling chessboard game. What's the heaven-crippling chessboard game? Many people became even more puzzled. However, the faces of some of the older generation experts turned extremely ugly. The heaven-crippling chessboard game was passed down from ancient times. It was an extremely terrifying formation that was created by a sage. This kind of formation was extremely terrifying and mysterious. According to an ancient legend, 2 very powerful sages were playing chess when they suddenly came up with the idea of using chess pieces to form a formation. The 2 of them used chess pieces as a formation and fought for 800 years. But in the end, they were evenly matched. They left, but the chessboard that they played on became a peerless killing formation. After countless powerhouses studied it, they named the chessboard heaven-crippling chessboard game. Since then, the formation had been passed down. I can't believe there's such a thing. Many people gasped when they heard that. Is that a sage's formation? No wonder that middle-aged scholar dares to stand up for me. Kid, be careful. I've heard of this formation before. It's not simple. I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes. The crimson dragon transmitted his voice. Lin Xian nodded. It's fine. If a real sage uses the heaven-crippling chessboard game, it'll be troublesome. It might be troublesome. But what about the other party? I don't care. Well, I'll see how terrifying the legendary heaven-crippling chessboard game is. Lin Xian stretched out his palm and formed 5 mountains. Each of his 5 fingers was extremely heavy, crushing everything in front of him. The middle-aged scholar snorted coldly, and the chessboard in his hand kept expanding, shrouding the world. In the next moment, Lin Xian and Yun He were all shrouded. Among them, Yun He was surrounded by 4 chess pieces. They transformed into terrifying black and white qi, forming a powerful defense that enveloped him. The middle-aged scholar floated in the void, controlling the entire chessboard. Lin Xian, on the other hand, came to the chessboard. There were black and white flags around him, flickering with terrifying light. The aura circulating on it was extremely dreadful. A semi-sage expert might die here if they weren't careful. Wang, a black ghost stone, charged at him. It was like a black sun, trying to crush him completely. Lin Xian coldly snorted. He clenched his hand into a fist, which was covered in flames. He punched out, and it was like a golden crow. It burned fiercely and shattered the black go piece. The black chess piece was shattered into pieces. However, they soon fused into the formation. At this moment, 2 more white ghost stones shot over. They circled around each other like a pair of dragon scissors, wanting to cut Lin Xian in half. Get lost! Lin Xian swept out with his right leg like a coiling dragon. He flew out with terrifying law of earth. With one kick, he shattered the 2 white ghost stones. The 2 white ghost stones turned into white mist and disappeared again. However, Lin Xian felt that the power of the formation did not weaken. It seemed that his attack was ineffective. You have some strength. However, you don't understand the genius chess game at all. Now, I'll show you how terrifying the heaven-crippling chess game is. Floating in the air, the middle-aged scholar sneered. He waved his hand, and a piercing light burst out from his eyes. Immediately, 13 black and white ghost stones spun rapidly around Lin Xian. They turned into a huge dragon and enveloped the area. The 13 black and white ghost stones surged continuously, forming a peerless killing intent. How terrifying! Outside the formation, the expressions of those people changed. They retreated madly. The crimson dragon also frowned. What a strange formation! He circled the formation and kept moving around, looking for the formation's flaws. When he was in danger, he could immediately make a move to break the formation. The heaven-crippling chess game? Not bad. Unfortunately, you're too weak. A cold voice sounded from within the array. In the next moment, a piercing sword light flashed in the air. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were trembling. Wherever this sword passed, everything was destroyed. This was the power of the law of annihilation. After the sword slashed, a huge black hole appeared in the heaven-crippling chess game. What? How is this possible? The middle-aged scholar was stunned. He did not expect his opponent to break his heaven-crippling chess game with such force. This was simply unbelievable. The surrounding people were even more stunned. Damn it! I don't believe it. The middle-aged scholar roared through gritted teeth. A trace of madness appeared in his eyes. The world turned into nothingness. With a wave of his finger, the heaven-crippling chess game erupted again. This time, it was not just 13 lights. Instead, there were hundreds and thousands of lights. The black and white ghost stones in the entire heaven-crippling chess game shook violently. A terrifying and destructive force erupted, wanting to destroy everything. The surrounding martial artists' faces changed. Damn it! This man is crazy. He wants to destroy everything. Run quickly. They ran away in a frenzy. Oh no! The crimson dragon's face changed. Lin Xian's eyes also darkened. He was also an expert in formations. Naturally, he knew what his opponent was trying to do. His opponent wanted to use the formation to destroy everything, including Yun He. The middle-aged scholar was probably the only one who would survive. Is he trying to kill me? If that's the case, don't blame me. He probed, and a piercing light burst out. He activated his heavenly secret, divine eyes. At the same time, a piercing sword light circled around his hand. The law of fire surged out. The flaming sword Qi broke through everything. Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he destroyed the surrounding aura. At the same time, he slashed the middle-aged scholar's body. Ah! The middle-aged scholar screamed like a madman. His opponent's strength had increased again. Damn it! Did he not use his full strength earlier? His opponent's casual attack had broken his heaven-crippling chess game. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man screamed and turned to run. "Do you think you can run away?" Lin Xian's eyes were cold and merciless. His opponent wanted to kill him with such a powerful move. How could he show mercy? He clasped his hand and grabbed the middle-aged man's head. He activated his eye technique and immediately searched his opponent's soul. Soon the soul search was completed. Lin Xian waved his hand and destroyed the middle-aged man's soul. After taking the middle-aged man's storage ring, Lin Xian turned to stare at Yunhe. At this moment, the heaven-crippling chess game was shaking violently. However, before it could explode, it disappeared. Buzz! Clang! A chessboard fell from the sky with a clang. The crimson dragon grabbed it and put it away. Everyone's attention was attracted by the heaven-crippling chess game. It was a treasure. However, it seemed that Yunhe had taken it away. However, at this moment, they turned their attention back to Yunhe. That was because Yunhe let out a miserable cry. When they turned around, they saw that Yunhe's body had been pierced by 10,000 arrows. 10,000 piercing and dazzling sword chi were flickering. Chapter 3295. Blood flowed wildly, and Yunhe's miserable voice made one's scalp tingle. "You dare to kill me? I'm from the Yun family. If you kill me, my brother and uncle won't let you go." He screamed like a madman. "Really?" Lin Xian sneered and waved his hand. The 10,000 rays of sword chi became even more frenzied. "Stop! Please spare me. I was wrong. I apologize to you. I'll kowtow and admit my mistake as long as you let me go." Yunhe was rolling in the sky. The pain made him hover between life and death. "Oh, kowtow and admit his mistake? Sure." Lin Xian waved his hand. "Go ahead. However, even if you kowtow and admit your mistake, I'll still send you to hell." The last time he let him go, he left and brought 10 half-saints to kill him. Therefore, this time, Lin Xian would definitely not let him go. Yunhe was extremely regretful. Why did he provoke him? He was a person who was not afraid of the Yun family at all. He realized that he was going to die today. Thinking of this, Yunhe's face became extremely desperate. However, at this moment, a cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. "How dare you attack a member of the Yun family? How dare you?" This voice turned into swords of sound waves and swept toward Lin Xian. The void was pierced, and the entire space was trembling. Lin Xian's figure flashed and disappeared instantly. A terrifying scene appeared in front of him. Countless translucent sword chi seemed to cut heaven and earth in half, isolating everyone. "Oh God, someone attacked again." The surrounding martial artists were extremely shocked. Previously, Lin Xian killed the middle-aged scholar and broke the heavenly chessboard game, which made them extremely terrified. Later, Lin Xian attacked and wanted to kill Yunhe, which made them pee their pants. These people had not recovered from the shock, and they did not expect that someone else would come. Moreover, the person who came this time seemed to be even more terrifying. So terrifying. Could this sword chi be Guiyunjian? What? Guiyunjian? Are you talking about Yin Tianchao? Many people were extremely shocked. Looking at this sword chi, it should be right. Moreover, according to the other party's words, the other party was also a member of the Yun family. The only person in the Yun family who possessed such a biting cold sword energy was definitely Yin Tianchao. Thinking of this, everyone was shocked. Now that Yin Tianchao had come, perhaps the situation was about to change. Sure enough, Yunhe was screaming like a madman. "Brother, is that you? Brother, save me. Kill him. I must kill him. Tear him to shreds. Avenge me. Humph." A cold voice sounded. In the next moment, a person descended from the sky. He was wearing white clouds, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. As soon as he landed, he gave off a piercing aura and looked coldly at Yunhe. "How dare you embarrass the Yun family like this? After you go back, you will go into seclusion for 10 years, and you are not allowed to come out." Yes, Yun he trembled in fear, but at the same time he heaved a sigh of relief because he knew that he was saved. Now that his brother was here, no one would dare to lay a hand on him. Not even Yan Nantian could do that. The person in front was Guiyun Jian. Yun Tianchao's gaze moved away from Yun and landed in front of him, staring at Lin Xian. How dare you lay a hand on a member of the Yun family? Now kneel down and accept your death. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. He's too strong. Is this Guiyun Jian? Lin Xian was also sizing up the other party. This is his brother? He's indeed very strong, as expected of a top genius, but it's still not enough. Seemingly seeing the contempt in Lin Xian's eyes, Yin Tianchao snorted coldly. Ignorant guy, how dare you be arrogant in front of me? Fine, I'll show you what a peerless genius is today. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Tianchao's body disappeared. In the next moment, he charged over with countless biting cold sword energy. These were all white sword energy that carried the law of clouds. It was abnormally terrifying and incomparably strange. In an instant, it completely entangled Lin Xian. Cloud sword, thousand slaughter. Between heaven and earth, countless dense clouds descended. These clouds were all absolute, killing sword energy that completely enveloped Lin Xian. The surrounding people retreated, like crazy. At the same time, they cried out in surprise. He's here! Guiyun Jian! Everyone's eyes widened. In their opinion, Lin Xian was strong, but compared to Yun Tianchao, he was probably much weaker. Perhaps he wasn't even Yun Tianchao's opponent. The Crimson Dragon also retreated far away. He narrowed his eyes, and a cold smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Kid, let these people see your true strength. Lin Xian was enveloped by the cloud sword. His eyes flickered, and he also had a cold smile. Competing in sword techniques, he took a deep breath, and the sword energy in his body surged out. A terrifying and berserk flame, sword energy, surged out from his body and quickly swept out in all directions. It was as if he wanted to sweep through the world. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the cloud sword exploded with countless clouds and mist. It flickered with absolute killing intent and collided with Lin Xian's body, producing a shocking sound. This was an absolute killing move. The front completely turned into nothingness. Hee, this kid is definitely going to die. Yun he looked at this scene and sneered malevolently. The others felt their scalps go numb. Yun Tianchao was too strong. He used a peerless divine ability the moment he attacked. They reckoned that Yun he might really be killed in one move. When all the clouds and mist rose into the air and disappeared, everyone opened their eyes wide. Even Yun Tianchao furrowed his brows. This was because he discovered that the figure in front of him wasn't dead. Instead, he was wrapped in a ball of fiery red sword light. How is this possible? He's not dead. Yun he screamed like a madman. Whoosh! Yun Tianchao attacked again. He seemed to have merged with the clouds, and his figure couldn't be seen at all. They could only feel that the power of the cloud sword was even more terrifying. Yet another boundless cloud of swords came, intending to pierce through Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian made his move. His eyes exploded with resplendent light, and an extremely terrifying flame sword energy surged out from his body. Boom! The fiery red sword brought along a violent and destructive aura as it ruthlessly slashed on the cloud sword. It was useless. Yun Tianchao sneered. My cloud is ethereal and formless. You can't destroy it. It was indeed so. The law he comprehended was the cloud. So what if he slashed it apart? At most, it would turn from one cloud into two. However, it wouldn't disappear. Soon he screamed. How was this possible? He discovered that his cloud sword had actually been destroyed. This made him frightened, shocked, and in disbelief. How was this possible? The other party was actually able to destroy his Ajian Qi. This was something that had never happened before. At this moment, Lin Xian had already arrived in front of him. The two of them were less than half a meter apart. The laws on their bodies kept colliding, tearing out countless large cracks. At this moment, Lin Xian's voice sounded. "You actually dare to compete with me in sword techniques." The flame, sword in his hand, erupted again. It was as if it had turned into a monstrous qilin. It roared towards the sky, crushing all the clouds and mist in the sky. Boom! Fire sword qilin. This wasn't a law theurgy. It was just a theurgy evolved from the great dragon sword soul. However, its power was still very terrifying. Even a top-notch half-saint couldn't block it. Sure enough, Yun Tianchao's pupils constricted. He waved his hands, forming a white cloud armor. At the same time, the white cloud in front of him drooped down like a curtain. Boom! With a shocking blow, Yun Tianchao was sent flying. The white cloud in front of him shattered, and the armor on his body was also torn into pieces. A ball of flames burned him. Chapter 3296. In the next moment, his body suddenly disappeared and appeared in another direction, completely shaking off the flames. However, his face was completely gloomy. This scene happened very quickly. In the blink of an eye, Yun Tianchao was sent flying. The surrounding people cried out in alarm. Many of them were scared silly. What was going on? It seemed that Yun Tianchao had been beaten back. Oh heavens! Did Yun Tianchao suffer a loss at the opponent's hands? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they reached this conclusion. They really couldn't imagine it. That was the cloud returning sword. Yun He's body was also trembling. A sense of fear rose from the bottom of his heart, but he still roared crazily. Impossible! How could my brother be defeated? My brother just didn't use his full strength. That must be it. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. You dare to use a sword technique in front of me with such little strength? To be honest, it's a little disappointing. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Yun Tianchao snorted coldly. His expression was incomparably cold. He had never suffered a loss at the hands of a young person. This time his target was Yan Nantian. In his opinion, with his strength he could fight Yan Nantian. However, he didn't expect to encounter a troublesome fellow before the Vermilion Bird List tournament had even begun. Who was this person? Who were you? Zhao Wuliang? Long Chaodian? Or someone else? None of them. You don't deserve to know my name. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were filled with arrogance. You're courting death. Kid, I was only testing the waters just now. Now, you've made me want to kill you. The cloud returning sword was unsheathed. With a clang, the invisible cloud law revolved. In the next moment, a piercing sound rang out like thunder. A white light flashed, and a dazzling black crack appeared in front of him. Heavens, it was cut open. Unsheathing. Many powerhouses of the older generation cried out in alarm. This kind of sword unsheathing technique was a very common ability. It was a condensed sword intent and power that erupted in an instant. Of course, the more common an ability was, the more difficult it was to cultivate to a high level. Moreover, Yun Tianchao's sword unsheathing technique had already surpassed an ordinary sword unsheathing technique. This was the cloud sword unsheathing technique. It was even more ethereal and strange. Clang! Lin Xian's body was struck by a white cloud longsword. In the next moment, his body was sent flying. It hit. Yun, he was so excited that he was trembling. The others also gasped. Quite a few people shook their heads. The sword was drawn too quickly, and with the addition of the law of clouds, almost no one could dodge it. That brat should have been split into two halves. Hee, let's see how arrogant he can be. How strong is Cloud returning sword? Previously, he was just testing the waters. Now that he had revealed his true strength, how could that brat possibly withstand it? Yun Tianchao also revealed a cold smile. The light turned into a white divine lamp, and he looked into the distance. Soon he was stunned. How could this be? His heart was filled with astonishment as he could not believe his eyes. From afar, a figure appeared in a flash. It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body was completely unscathed. He shook his body and nodded slightly. Not bad. This move is much stronger than before. Looks like you do have some talent. Lin Xian's words were like an elder commenting on a junior. This tone made Yun Tianchao very unhappy. However, the others were already scared silly. Such a terrifying sword chi could split a half-saint city in half. However, the other party was unscathed? What kind of physique was that? The other party was definitely a super expert, and he should be very famous. Unfortunately, we can't see his true face. To be able to block the white cloud sword, his physique was definitely famous. I wonder what kind of physique it was. If not for the Nine-Sun successor and the great demon perishing together a few years ago, I would have suspected that he was the Nine-Sun successor. Impossible! The Nine-Sun successor can no longer exist in this world. He might have another physique. I have heard that the saint physique is also a super physique, not inferior to the Nine-Sun's divine physique. Yes, there is also the supreme battle physique, which is also very powerful and has astonishing combat strength. Damn brat, who the hell are you? Yun Tianchao shouted angrily again. Lin Xian did not reply. Instead, he clenched his fists as if he was drawing a sword. Let me show you what the true sword drawing technique is. What? This guy is also going to use the sword drawing technique? Everyone was still guessing Lin Xian's identity, but at this moment they were attracted by Lin Xian's words. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Lin Xian. In the next moment, they shivered. It was too strange. The other party only made a sword-drawing gesture, and my body actually trembled uncontrollably. A few of the older generation people were frightened. The surrounding people were scared out of their wits. Many half-saints swallowed their saliva. This aura, could it be that the other party was a peerless swordsman? They opened their eyes wide, and Yun, he was already paralyzed on the ground. Yun Tianchao's expression was also grave. Not good, it's too dangerous. The other party's action made him vigilant, as if there was a fatal crisis. Who the hell is this person? He did not have time to think too much. He could only shout angrily and use the cloud law fragment to the extreme. I want to see what's so special about your sword drawing technique. Yun Tianchao gritted his teeth. He did not believe that the other party's swordsmanship could surpass his. The sword drawing technique was about explosive power, not just speed. Your speed just now was indeed fast. After fusing with the cloud law, it was strange and ethereal. Ordinary people could not dodge it at all. Unfortunately, you're still wrong. The true power of the sword drawing technique was explosive power. Now, I will show you what the true sword drawing technique is. Lin Xian's voice sounded. Boom! In the next moment, a biting cold aura burst out. A terrifying sound rang out. There was no sword light in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. No one could see any sword light at all. However, the void in front of them was constantly annihilated and shattered. One sword to break the 9 heavens? The surrounding people were stunned. Some of the semi-sage level experts were also trembling. Their eyes were wide open. This was the true sword drawing technique. They did not feel the sword light, but the terrifying explosive power completely engulfed everything in front of them. Not good. Yun Tianchao's pupils shrank. He knew that he had underestimated the other party. This power was too strong and could threaten him. He wanted to escape, but he realized that it was too late. The other party's sword drawing technique was really different from his. He pursued speed to the extreme, but the other party pursued explosive power. The other party had achieved this. The surrounding space was shattered. His violent power tore everything apart. No matter where he hid, he would still be attacked. He could only do his best to resist. Cloud law, cloud body. At the critical moment, Yun Tianchao used the cloud law fragment. Immediately, his body became illusory and ethereal. His original physical body also turned into wisps of white clouds that drifted with the wind. Chapter 3297. Facing the violent power, he chose to turn his body incorporeal to avoid it. Boom! The space in front of him was completely shattered. A violent explosion sounded as if heaven and earth were being destroyed. A miserable cry came from inside. It was Yun-hee's. Yun-hee was also enveloped by this sword. Yun-hee couldn't dodge it all and turned into nothingness. Even his soul was swallowed by this violent power. After a long time, the shattered space in front of them gradually healed. Bai-hee's soul had already been destroyed and couldn't be found at all. Everyone already knew about this. Their eyes were looking for Yun Tianchao. Where was Yun Tianchao? Why did he disappear too? Could it be that he dodged it? Did he also say that his soul was destroyed? They gasped as they thought of a possibility. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and looked around. There was a golden light flickering in his eyes. Soon he stared in a direction and revealed a look of surprise. He could actually dodge it. He had to admit that he was indeed quite strong. Everyone looked in the direction Lin Xian was looking at. In the next moment, they saw a figure appear in the void. It was Yun Tianchao. However, the current Yun Tianchao was incorporeal, as if he had turned into a cloud. Even so, he was still attacked. Lin Xian's destructive power was enough to destroy everything. Even if it was a cloud, he could still injure it. Therefore, Yun Tianchao was seriously injured. After absorbing the power of heaven and earth and evolving the power of the laws, his body reappeared. His face was gloomy. If one looked carefully, they would notice that his body was still trembling slightly. He glanced at the space that had turned into nothingness. Immediately, killing intent filled the air. The other party had killed Yun-hee. He was his younger brother. Now that he was killed in front of everyone, Yun Tianchao was driven mad. He let out a long roar that shook heaven and earth. An extremely terrifying killing intent was emitted from his body. How dare you kill my younger brother? You must die. Originally, he had prepared some ultimate moves to use against Yan Nantian in the Vermilion Bird list competition. However, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish now. Yun Tianchao soared into the sky, his voice incomparably cold. The others were shocked. What? Yun Tianchao actually came for Yan Nantian this time? Then his ultimate move must be extremely terrifying. Wang. Yun Tianchao stood in the clouds. He was incomparably ethereal. He pulled out a long sword. This wasn't a sword of laws, but a true half-step saint weapon. The sword light was like water, blue, flickering with cold light. Did he use his weapon? In that case, the power of the sword chi could be increased. However, this wasn't the end. Shockingly, after Yun Tianchao pulled out the blue sword, he pulled out another sword. A white sword. Dual swords. Everyone was shocked to see that Yun Tianchao was holding two swords with both hands. Both of them were half-saint items. His aura also rose without limit. In the blue sky and white clouds, Yun Tianchao seemed to have turned into the king of the sky, overlooking all living things. After cultivating for 132 years, I finally created my own divine ability, the Boundless Sky Sword. Today, I will use you as a sacrifice to my divine sword. His cold voice rang out. When the others heard it, they were all stunned. The people of the older generation were also in disbelief. What did he say? He had created his own divine ability. Heavens, he actually created his own divine ability. This brat's talent was too terrifying. These people were all dumbfounded. They knew that Yun Tianchao was very famous. He had traveled the ancient path of stars for 132 years and was very powerful. They estimated that he was not far from becoming a saint. However, they didn't expect him to be able to create his own divine ability now. Many people swallowed their saliva. Even an ordinary saint might not be able to create his own divine ability. It required great talent and a heaven-defying understanding of laws to be able to create one's own divine ability. They didn't expect Yun Tianchao to be able to create his own divine ability at such a young age. What he created was definitely a law divine ability. Its power was boundless. They estimated that no half-saint could block it. They thought that Yun Tianchao had lost this battle. They didn't expect that Yun Tianchao still had such a big killing move. No wonder he dared to use such a divine ability to fight Yan Nantian. Creating his own divine ability? Lin Xian was also surprised. Then he smiled. He had also created his own divine ability. Moreover, he had created 4 great divine abilities. If he said it out loud, it would probably scare the surrounding people to death. However, it was also good. He wanted to see if his opponent's self-created divine ability was stronger than his. Creating his own divine ability? I'm looking forward to it. Then use it. Lin Xian raised his head and said indifferently, "You'll see." Yun Tianchao's voice was cold. He didn't speak anymore. The 2 treasured swords in his hands overlapped each other, erupting with incomparable light. 2 terrifying sword lights swept through the 9 heavens, enveloping the entire sky. Above the 9 heavens, sword chi circled around, pressing down on everyone until they couldn't breathe. In the next moment, a cold voice came from the sky. Heavenly boundless kill. The 2 swords formed a cross and then instantly attacked. Is that all? Lin Xian looked at the figure rushing over quickly and frowned. The others were also puzzled, but they soon understood. They understood what the heavenly boundless kill meant. In the next moment, countless figures of Yun Tianchao appeared in the sky. Each of them held 2 swords in their hands and quickly attacked. Each of them was incomparably real. It was really a killing move. There was no way to escape. One could only resist it. A bluish-white light flickered. It really looked as if a part of the sky was pressing down. Moreover, this was a law divine ability. Its power was much stronger than ordinary divine abilities. It was indeed a self-created divine ability. Many people trembled. Their eyes were like rainbows as they stared ahead. They didn't know how that kid was going to resist. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He knew that a self-created divine ability couldn't be so weak. Now it was a little interesting. Take my self-created divine ability, Annihilation Fiery Lotus. Lin Xian's voice wasn't loud. Even the people around him didn't hear it clearly, but they felt it. They felt a fiery red flame fly out from the bluish-white light. Then it burned fiercely. The fiery lotus soared into the sky, carrying with it the power to destroy everything. What divine ability was that? Many people's pupils shrank. They felt as if they were about to be swallowed by the fiery lotus. The 2 self-created divine abilities finally collided in the air. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Terrifying energy swept through everything. At this moment, all the buildings in the city were enveloped by the array formation. It was densely packed. Some places even sank directly into the ground. The others were sent flying by a terrifying force. Many people retreated millions of miles and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. In front of them, it had turned into chaotic energy. The eternal light couldn't be seen at all. Yun Tianchao and Lin Xian's figures were also swallowed by this energy, as if they had experienced endless time. Everyone was far away and didn't dare to come over. They were bewildered. What was going on in front of them? After a while, they saw that the destructive energy in front of them had weakened. Only then did they dare to go forward. When they flew into the city, they sucked in a breath of cold air. There were big cracks everywhere in the sky and on the ground. It was too terrifying. The residual energy terrified them. How were the 2 of them? They quickly searched and soon found a figure. Chapter 3298. It was a figure covered in gold that shone like the sun. However, in the next moment, their eyes blurred. The sunlight that filled the sky disappeared, and Lin Xian's figure appeared. It was that kid. That kid was still alive. They discovered that Lin Xian's aura was normal. What about Yun Tianchao? They looked around and soon they found something. An illusory figure fell from the white clouds. Yun Tianchao's body was covered in injuries. Some parts of his body had disappeared, and his body was in tatters. He fell to the ground and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His expression was very dispirited. It seemed that he had suffered extremely serious injuries, so much so that his life was in danger. At this moment, his eyes were wide open as he stared at Lin Xian. Then he said with difficulty, "It's you. It's actually you. I didn't expect it to be you." As he spoke, he vomited even more blood. Moreover, it seemed that his soul was about to be extinguished. What was going on? Could it be that Yun Tianchao knew him? At this moment, everyone was even more curious. Who exactly was Lin Xian? Yun Tianchao's eyes were filled with fear and a trace of regret. Earlier, when their self-created divine abilities collided, the energy formed was too terrifying. He had turned his body into a white cloud and completely merged with the void. However, he couldn't stop it. Moreover, this time his injuries were even more serious. His opponent's Annihilation Fire Lotus was too powerful and destroyed his self-created divine ability. The destructive aura had destroyed most of his life force. At this moment, he saw an unimaginable scene. His opponent let out a long howl. Suddenly, endless light erupted from the torrent of energy. His body turned into a golden sun god. He instantly recognized it. It was the divine Nine-Yang body. It was the divine Nine-Yang body. He had seen the recording of the battle between the successor of the Nine-Yang body and the great demon clan. He had seen their terrifying physiques back then. How could he not recognize them now that he saw them again? Yun Tianchao was instantly dumbfounded. He was actually fighting with the divine Nine-Yang body. He even wanted to kill him. Thinking of this, his face was filled with despair. One had to know that the great demon and the divine Nine-Yang body were locked in a fierce battle. In the end, the two of them even perished together. He had also seen that battle. He was no match for them at all. As expected, he was now seriously injured and on the verge of death. From the looks of it, even though the other party had been slightly affected by the shock waves, it wasn't a big deal at all. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Yun Tianchao faced the sky and roared. He used all of his strength to let out a furious roar. In the next moment, his eyes lost their luster. His corpse fell to the ground, and even his soul dissipated. He was dead. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Yun Tianchao to be killed. Heavens, this is an earth-shattering earthquake. The Yun family would definitely go berserk. Although the Yun family was furious about Yun He's death, they wouldn't be too crazy about it. However, with Yun Tianchao dead, it was a different story. Yun Tianchao could be said to be the most outstanding member of the Yun family's younger generation. His strength was so great that he had already created his own divine ability. It wouldn't be long before he became a saint. He was the future hope of the Yun family. But at this moment, such a peerless genius was actually slain here. The Yun family would definitely go berserk. I'm afraid another great storm is about to arrive. Everyone looked at Lin Xian and swallowed their saliva. Lin Xian's expression was serious. He looked at Yun Tianchao's corpse and pondered for a while before turning around and leaving. The crimson dragon followed behind him. Everywhere they passed, everyone backed away. No one dared to stop them. Soon, Lin Xian and the crimson dragon disappeared into the void. Then the entire city went crazy. Everyone went crazy. They quickly spread the news because they knew a great storm was about to arrive. The news of Yun Tianchao's death quickly spread from Sunset City to the entire planet. When the experts and peerless geniuses in the 12 main cities heard this, they were all shocked. What? Yun Tianchao is dead? That's impossible. Who spread this news? At first, these people didn't believe it. However, more and more news spread. There were even people who took Yun Tianchao's corpse and flew into the sky. When countless people saw it, they all believed it. Everyone believed that Yun Tianchao was truly dead. Who was it? Who killed Yun Tianchao? Everyone began to ask questions like crazy. Soon, they learned about what had happened in Sunset City and sucked in a breath of cold air. A mysterious person had killed Yun Tianchao. In the end, Yun Tianchao seemed to recognize that person. However, aside from Yun Tianchao, no one else knew who it was. Investigate for me. They had to figure out who was fighting with Yun Tianchao. They had to find out who he was. Someone roared like crazy. This was not simple at all. Yun Tianchao was one of the most popular candidates for the Vermilion Bird Ranking competition. Countless people thought highly of him. The other peak geniuses also felt a lot of pressure. However, Yun Tianchao had been killed. Didn't that mean that there was an even more terrifying existence? And that other person was most likely here for the Vermilion Bird Ranking competition. They had to figure out who it was. At the same time, these peak geniuses and experts were also testing each other to see if it was someone they knew who had done it. However, they quickly tested each other and found that it wasn't someone they knew who had done it. This caused their expressions to darken. It seemed that an extremely powerful person was about to appear, and that person who had never appeared before was about to appear. Cloud returning planet, Yun family. The Yun family was an extremely large family. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, a piece of news was sent to the Yun family, causing them to be incomparably shocked. What? Yun Tianchao was dead? Yun he was also dead? What was going on? The Yun family's people were incomparably ferocious. They had already ignored Yun He's death, but they simply couldn't accept Yun Tianchao's death. In fact, they couldn't believe it. When Yun Tianchao's corpse was brought back and the Yun family's people saw it, they finally believed it. Ah! Endless roars rang out. Who was it that dared to kill Chao Er? Ah! I'll tear that person into 10,000 pieces. Frenzied voices rang out. Countless elders were crazily roaring. The Yun family's patriarch's expression was also malevolent. Quickly, go and invite back the saint of our family. The saint they wanted to find was Yun He and Yun Tianchao's uncle. He was a very young saint with great strength and talent. He was definitely the pillar of the Yun family. As for Yun Tianchao, he could have become such a pillar. If Yun Tianchao had continued to grow, he would have become a saint. If he had grown to become a saint, the Yun family would have had two extremely powerful pillars. The Yun family's status would also rise. In fact, if those two saints were able to take another step forward, the Yun family would have truly become rich. But now Yun Tianchao had been killed. They simply couldn't accept it. They had to use all of their strength to kill their enemy. Chapter 3299. The day of the Vermilion Bird Ranking competition was getting closer and closer. However, on this day, a piece of news spread like wildfire across planet Suzuku. A saint had arrived on planet Suzuku and was going to participate in the Vermilion Bird Ranking competition. This news was like a clap of thunder that stunned everyone. Heavens, what did you say? A saint is going to participate? That can't be right. A saint is going to compete with us? Many people went crazy. Who is this? It has to be said that everyone participating in the Vermilion Bird Ranking competition was half-sages. However, there was a difference in age. Some were very young, while others were very old. However, they were all half-sages. Aside from lacking a bit in experience, they could make up for everything else. But now a saint ninja had jumped out? It couldn't be another rumor, right? Before, people said that a saint was going to participate, but it was only a rumor. No one knew which saint it was. It seemed like this time was about the same. However, some people shook their heads. No, they had already confirmed which saint it was. It was the Yun family saint. Could the Yun family's saint be Cloud Firmament Saint? That's right, it was him. The moment he said that, Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air because they knew that something big had happened in the Yun family. Not long ago, two of the Yun family's geniuses were killed in Sunset City. One of them was Cloud Sword Yun Tianchao. He was a top genius and one of the favorites to win the competition. Now that someone like him was killed, the Yun family would definitely not let this go. They had thought of many possibilities, but none of them had. A saint was going to participate in the competition. But why? They could have just sent a saint to kill the enemy. Why did they have to participate? No one could understand. On the other side, a tall saint descended on planet Suzaku and was invited away by countless people. The Vermilion Bird Palace sent people to receive him. They wanted to persuade him not to participate. After all, their goal this time was to help Yen Nantian gain some fame. However, Cloud Firmament Saint's attitude was very firm. He looked at the Vermilion Bird Palace Master and the elders and said, "I'm participating in this competition to find the person who killed my Yun family's genius." Find the person who killed him? The Vermilion Bird Palace Master and the elders all frowned. They all frowned. The Cloud Sky Saint said coldly, "That's right. You should know that the genius of the Yun family was killed. I heard the news and rushed over. I asked many people, but found that the murderer had disappeared. I don't know what method he used, but I can't touch him at all. Maybe he's hiding now. However, I believe that since he is so powerful and has appeared here, he should be here to participate in the Vermilion Bird Tournament. Therefore, I must participate in the battle. Only in the competition could they find him and recognize him. Don't worry, as long as I kill that opponent, I'll immediately withdraw from the competition. It won't affect you guys." Hearing that, the elders' eyes flickered, but the Vermilion Bird Palace's palace master nodded. They didn't want to offend a sage for no reason. Furthermore, since the sage had said so, it was unlikely that he would take first place on the Vermilion Bird leaderboard. That way, Yanantian would not be threatened. "Since you are here, stay in the Vermilion Bird Palace." The palace master invited the Cloud Sky Saint in. At the same time, he instructed the martialists under him to quickly investigate and capture the culprit. When the news spread, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard about it. It turned out that it was true that Cloud Firmament Saint was participating in the battle. However, his goal was not to win the championship. However, this still posed a certain threat to them. Moreover, with the Cloud Sky Saint's participation, another group of powerhouses was preparing to participate. Originally, these people didn't want to participate, but now that a sage was participating, it piqued their curiosity. All of a sudden, the Vermilion Bird leaderboard became even more lively, and the competition became even more brutal. Those prodigies who were originally confident of getting a higher ranking, they also frowned. Their expressions were solemn. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon left Luoxia City and immediately changed their appearance and aura. They knew that the Yun family might send a sage over. As expected, they received news that the Cloud Sky Saint was here. However, the two of them sneered. So what if a sage was here? They probably wouldn't be able to find them in a short time. When they heard that the sage was going to participate in the competition, Lin Xian frowned. "Kid, be careful." The Crimson Dragon reminded him. Lin Xian snorted. "Don't worry, I also want to fight with the sage." A fiery light burst out from his eyes. With his current strength, he was not weaker than a sage. However, he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. The two of them didn't move again. Instead, they found a place. They temporarily lived in seclusion. Among them, Lin Xian had to adjust himself to his peak state, while the Crimson Dragon had to study the heaven-crippling chessboard game. After the middle-aged scholar was killed, the heaven-crippling chessboard fell and was put away by the Crimson Dragon. In the end, Lin Xian searched his soul and directly obtained some information about the heaven-crippling chessboard game. The storage ring of the Lord was also taken away and given to the Crimson Dragon. The heaven-crippling chessboard game was a very terrifying formation with infinite power. Only Lin Xian could break it with his strength. It would be difficult for the others to escape. If they were not careful, they might even be killed in the formation. It could be said that the formation was very terrifying. The Crimson Dragon was good at formations. If he could comprehend and control the heaven-crippling chessboard game, his strength would increase again. Perhaps by then, he could use the game to trap a sage. The Crimson Dragon originally wanted to participate in the battle, but he changed his mind after learning about the heaven-crippling chessboard game. He wanted to study formations, so he didn't want to participate. Another reason was that if he was outside, Lin Xian would participate. The two of them could take care of each other and deal with unexpected situations. There were still 10 days before the Vermilion Bird Tournament. A piece of news came from the Vermilion Bird Palace. It was the rules of the Vermilion Bird Tournament. There were also corresponding rewards. Lin Xian went to the surrounding cities and also received the news. He didn't think much of it, but the others were in an uproar, because, in their opinion, it should be a simple battle with simple rules. All they needed to do was to determine the winner. However, the situation was beyond their expectations. There were 3 stages. How could there be so many? Those prodigies frowned. They read the rules carefully and soon understood. It was probably because there were too many people participating in this competition. If it was a normal competition, it would probably take a long time to finish it all. Therefore, the Vermilion Bird Palace wanted to arrange a knockout round to eliminate most of the top prodigies and retain the top prodigies. That way, it would be convenient and simple, and it would ensure that the battles would be exciting and attract the attention of countless people. Chapter 300. Lin Xian also received the news. He found that the first part was similar to a trial in a mystic realm. It would probably eliminate most people. The second part wasn't about elimination, but ranking. Ascending the Vermilion Bird Arena. Ascending the Vermilion Bird Arena would be the temporary ranking. The third part was about challenges, the most intense battles. This was because the third part was the final ranking. It was the final result of the Vermilion Bird Arena, and this result would affect the rewards. Lin Xian didn't look at anything else. He directly looked at the reward for first place on the Vermilion Bird Arena. Soon he found that there was indeed an Earth Dao stone among the treasures. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. He had to get first place. Aside from the Earth Dao stone, there were many other treasures and pills. However, Lin Xian didn't care about them. He could get all these resources. However, there was something else that caught his attention. First place, including the top 5, had a spot to enter the Void Sea. A spot to enter the Void Sea? Lin Xian was shocked. Wasn't the final mission given to him by the Langya planet to go to the Void Sea to get a treasure? It seemed that the Void Sea was not simple. It should be a treasure trove. Thinking about this, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He didn't care about this for now. The most important thing now was to enter the Vermilion Bird Arena and get first place. He had to get the Earth Dao stone first. As long as he got first place, not only would he get the Earth Dao stone, but he would also get a metal Dao stone as a reward from the Langya planet. As for the water Dao stone, it was said that it was also in the Void Sea. In order to get the 5 elemental Dao stone, he wouldn't go easy this time. Time quickly passed. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. There were only 3 days left. All the participating geniuses had left because they were going to participate in the first trial. In other words, it was the elimination round. The location of the first trial was very famous. It was a very famous place on planet Suzaku, called the Demon Cultivation Valley. It was said that this place was a large battlefield in ancient times. Countless powerful cultivators fought there. Some people also said that this was a place filled with ancient ruins. Countless powerful cultivators' caves and treasures were buried there. However, it was very dangerous. Those who entered for the treasures were all buried inside, never to come out again. In short, this was a very dangerous place. The first stage of the competition was actually here. It was truly shocking. For a moment, many people hesitated. They had also heard of how terrifying the Devil Cultivation Valley was. Originally, they were just participating in the battle. Even if they failed and were eliminated, it wouldn't be a big deal. But now, failure could mean death. Was it worth it for a mere vermilion bird proclamation ranking? However, it didn't take long for most of them to grit their teeth, and a wisp of madness appeared in their eyes, because they felt it was worth it. That was because the vermilion bird leaderboard this time had attracted the attention of countless people. If one was able to win here, then there would definitely be enormous benefits. Therefore, no matter how dangerous the Devil Cultivation Valley was, he still had to give it a try. Moreover, these people were all geniuses and had boundless confidence in themselves. Moreover, some people had already started to form alliances. Those who knew each other and were familiar with each other had started to form alliances. They were prepared to join forces to fight against others after entering. After all, the first round was an elimination round. Most of the people would probably be eliminated. In that case, if he joined forces with people he knew, he would be able to eliminate others and protect himself. Therefore, such a group alliance was quickly formed among the many contestants. Lin Xian didn't form an alliance with anyone. Originally, he could have formed an alliance with the Crimson Dragon, but now that the Crimson Dragon wasn't participating, he would participate alone. However, so what if he didn't form an alliance? When he arrived at the Devil Cultivation Valley, there was only 1 day left until the day of the competition. Lin Xian arrived at the edge of the valley. He looked into the distance and revealed an expression of shock. Originally, he thought that the valley wouldn't be very big, but now it seemed that although it was called a valley, wasn't it a bit too big? He couldn't even see the end of the valley. It stretched for millions of kilometers. This valley was definitely incomparably large. Furthermore, the valley below was actually red. Red soil, red mountains, and even the trees were red, bringing with them a scorching hot aura. Planet Suzuku was originally a planet that leaned toward the fire element. There were fire element veins everywhere here, so the amount of fire element energy was very abundant. However, the Devil Cultivation Valley was a bit different. Aside from the scorching red energy, there was also a strange cold aura that seemed to be able to devour people. Night fell and passed very quickly. The sky gradually brightened, and at the same time, countless figures descended. Among them, there were a few that were very eye-catching. Because these people flew very fast, one of them was very handsome. He had a slender figure and wore a purple robe. He gave off the aura of a ruler. The moment he appeared, he attracted the attention of countless people. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. Suddenly they exclaimed, "Yan Nantian, he's here!" Countless exclamations sounded. Many of them were seeing Yan Nantian for the first time. They were shocked. Is this the successor of a great emperor? His aura is indeed very strong. Yes, I actually feel that it's unfathomable. Even some experts who had been famous for a long time had their eyes flickering. Humph. However, a few cold snorts came from the countless participants. It was obvious that some people were very unhappy with Yan Nanshan's appearance. One of them was tall and had scales on his body. No one dared to go near where he was. In fact, the aura coming from his body was so oppressive that it made it difficult for everyone to breathe. It's him, Long Zhaodian. What? He's Long Zhaodian? At first, the surrounding people were surprised. Who was so terrifying? Moreover, it seemed that he wasn't from the human race. Now they finally knew that it was Long Zhaodian. It seemed that he was from the dragon race. Was he a genius of the dragon race? He probably wasn't weaker than the successor of a great emperor. Long Zhaodian's eyes were like rainbows as he stared at Yan Nantian in the sky. At the same time, on the other side, another figure arrived. It was a figure that was emitting a white light. It was like a celestial spirit had descended. His eyes were even more strange. They formed a strange saber-shaped pattern that made people feel as if they were pierced by it. It's him, Zhao Wuliang, Heavenly Blade God Eyes. What a terrifying eye technique. Both Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang were the favorites to win the championship. As soon as they appeared, their auras emerged and clashed in the sky, tearing countless large cracks. However, it wasn't over yet. Those ranked at the top of the Abyss leaderboard had all arrived. In addition to Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang, there was also a beautiful woman who stepped on the air. When they saw this beautiful woman, countless people exclaimed. Even Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang were surprised. Chapter 3301. Yan Nantian also narrowed his eyes. Lin Xian was even more shocked. Yan Ruyu. This beautiful woman was Yan Ruyu, who came from the same world as him. She was a genius of the Demon King Palace. Not only that, but she was also Lin Xian's old friend. Lin Xian did not expect to meet Yan Ryu here. He wondered how Qiu and Qingqing were doing. Did they come to participate in the competition? However, after looking around, he shook his head slightly. It seemed that the two of them were not in this star field. Yan Ruyu's arrival attracted the attention of countless people. Her beautiful face made everyone gasp in amazement. However, Yan Nantian and the others looked solemn. They knew that this beautiful woman was not only beautiful, but also extremely powerful. She was even ranked above Zhao Wuliang on the Abyss leaderboard. Yan Ruyu's beautiful face looked around. Soon she was shocked. Then she turned her head and looked at a figure in the crowd below. However, when she saw that figure, she frowned. She realized that she could not see him clearly. At this moment, Lin Xian did not use the light that he did that day to cover his face. However, the others could not see him clearly either. Because he used the power of annihilation, all the gazes in front of him would be disintegrated and dissipated. "You're here too." Another voice sounded. Then, another tall and slender man descended. As soon as he descended, everyone felt that the surrounding trees were growing crazily, as if they were going to break through the clouds. Who was this person? They were shocked. They did not expect this person to cause such a phenomenon. It was him, the Northern Beast, the body of 10,000 beasts. In terms of combat strength, he might not be the best, but his vitality and recovery ability were definitely super strong. He even surpassed Yan Nantian and the others. Many people exclaimed and looked at the figure in the sky. The Northern Beast was also ranked in the top 10 on the Abyss leaderboard. Moreover, his body of 10,000 beasts was also shocking. It had been a long time. Yan Ruyu greeted the Northern Beast. The Northern Beast nodded back. This scene shocked everyone. Could it be that the two of them knew each other? However, they were soon even more shocked because Yan Nantian looked at the two of them with a smile on his face. "The two of you, long time no see. I did not expect that we would meet again after being in the same world." What? Everyone's scalps were about to explode because Yan Nanshan's words were too shocking. Yan Nantian, the Northern Demon, and Yan Ryu were all in the same world. This was too inconceivable. To think that there would be 3 peak-level geniuses in a single world. Furthermore, they were walking together on the ancient path of stars. It was truly shocking. It should be known that the 3 of them were not ordinary Sky Prides. Instead, they were Sky Prides who were extremely dazzling on the Abyss leaderboard. For example, Long Chaotian, Zhao Wuliang, and the other top geniuses all came from different worlds. Therefore, this news was truly shocking. Even Long Zhaotian was extremely surprised. That's right, 2 of the 5 heroes of the world back then had actually appeared. "I wonder if that fellow is here?" Yan Ruyu whispered softly. Her gaze even drifted in a certain direction. She stared at a figure, but she quickly retracted her gaze. This made everyone shocked. It seemed like they really did come from the same world. However, what they were more curious about was, who was the guy that Yan Ryu spoke of? Hearing that, the Northern Demon's gaze turned serious, while Yan Nantian sneered. He wouldn't have been able to come if he didn't have a chance. Don't you know the news from before? He and the great demon had already died in the galaxy. If they wanted to appear again, they would probably have to wait until their next lives. What? This news made Yen Ryu abnormally shocked. That person had perished together? But how was that possible? Who was that person below? She had been in seclusion previously and did not know what had happened in the outside world. Moreover, when she arrived, she realized that other than Yen Nantian and the Northern Demon, there was another person that she knew. Moreover, the two of them had an extraordinary relationship. However, that person had concealed his identity. But now, Yen Nantian was telling her that that person had perished together with the great demon. Could it be that the person below was not someone she knew? But that shouldn't be the case. She was certain that she was not wrong. Moreover, the reaction of a mysterious object in her body also told her that she was definitely not wrong. It seemed that he had deceived everyone. Yenryu understood in an instant, but she still didn't say anything, showing a sorrowful look. However, when the others heard that, they were stunned. What was going on? Perished together with the great demon? Who was it? Could it be the successor of the 9 sons? They instantly understood who Yen Nantian was talking about. Heavens! The successor of the 9 sons. They actually knew the successor of the 9 sons, and from the looks of it, they were extremely familiar with him. Could it be that the successor of the 9 sons came from the same world as them? Thinking of that, everyone's scalps were about to explode. What kind of world was Heaven's? How could it give birth to so many top prodigies? Could it be the legendary and incomparably terrifying Big Dipper? They did not know because no one had mentioned it before. If they wanted to find out, they would have to spend a lot of effort. But now they couldn't care less. There were still some people watching the battle outside. Among them, the Crimson Dragon crossed his arms and sneered. At that moment, he was still in the appearance of a handsome man. However, his face was different from before. At that moment, when he heard Yen Nanshan's words, he immediately sneered. "I'm looking forward to seeing your expressions when you see that kid." Boom! Just as everyone was discussing in surprise, a terrifying power came from the sky. Everyone's hearts trembled, and many people knelt on the ground. They were all terrified and did not speak. In the sky, the laws descended. Their eyes widened. The sage had arrived. Needless to say, it had to be the Cloud Sky Sage. Indeed, only the Cloud Sky Sage was participating in the battle. They did not know if there were other sages in secret. The laws definitely showed that the other party had arrived. The Cloud Sky Sage was a tall, middle-aged man. As soon as he descended, he brought with him a powerful law power that suppressed the world. He was like a supreme god. Even Yen Nantian, the North Demon, and the others were on guard. The Cloud Sky Sage's eyes flickered with light as he swept his gaze in all directions. It was obvious that he was looking for the culprit. Everyone who was swept by his gaze trembled, and their faces were filled with fear. However, they soon heaved a sigh of relief because the gaze swept past them. However, it was fixed in an area. When it swept past Lin Xian's aura changed completely. He even used the power of the law of annihilation to resist it. Therefore, Lin Xian had deceived the Cloud Sky Sage. However, as a sage, the Cloud Sky Sage was very powerful and naturally sensitive. Even if he could not confirm Lin Xian's identity, he had locked onto an area. That area was the area where Lin Xian was. Chapter 3302. What's going on? The elders of the Vermilion Bird Palace followed Cloud Firmament Saint. When they saw Cloud Firmament Saint's actions, they were also confused. Could it be that he had found the culprit? Cloud Firmament Saint sneered. I can already feel his presence. Although I can't be sure, I know that he's among these people. Cloud Firmament Saint had locked onto 200 people. Although it was a lot of people, it was nothing to Cloud Firmament Saint. However, he didn't move. It seemed that he was planning to enter the Devil Cultivation Valley before making his move. One could imagine how miserable the fate of these 200 people would be. After Cloud Firmament Saint, many more people appeared. These people's auras were also very powerful, but their faces were unfamiliar. No one knew who they were, but without exception, they were all experts. Apart from them, Lu Mu and the others had also arrived. It could be said that geniuses and experts had gathered. At this moment, the two elders of the Vermilion Bird Palace stood up and said, "I now announce that the first round of the Vermilion Bird rankings has begun. You have 1 month. You only need to survive for 1 month in the Devil Cultivation Valley. After a month, those who come out will be considered to have passed. Of course, I must remind everyone that this battle is very cruel and killing is not prohibited. Furthermore, the Devil Cultivation Valley is also a place of great danger. If you want to leave now, you can leave immediately. Of course, those who come out halfway will also be considered eliminated. Now, I will use the array to teleport you to every corner of the Devil Cultivation Valley. Take care of yourselves from now on." The two elders waved their hands, and the mountains and rivers below formed a terrifying formation that enveloped everyone. In the next moment, everyone disappeared. At the same time, a loud voice rang out from the elder's mouth. The first round had begun. The Devil Cultivation Valley was incomparably gloomy. The red ground emitted a scorching aura. But at the same time, there was also a gloomy aura. With a flash of light, all the people participating in the competition arrived in the valley. However, very few people were able to teleport together because the valley was too big. Yan Nantian took a step and left the place where he was originally standing. The ground split open and a terrifying vine swept towards him. However, it wasn't a threat to him. After Yan Nantian dodged it, his eyes flickered and a smile appeared on his face. "A bunch of ignorant ants. They're all my stepping stones." These people probably didn't know how terrifying the Devil Cultivation Valley was. But by the time they reacted, it would be too late. He muttered to himself as a cold light flashed in his eyes. "However, I've already been here once, so I'm more familiar with this place." He waved his hand and a map appeared in front of him. There were many dots of light on the map. Clearly, they were very important places. "It seems that I'm close to this place." Yan Nantian first ascertained his position, then looked at the map, and a smile appeared on his face. Since that was the case, then he would first obtain the law. There was a slight fluctuation in the air, but it soon calmed down. No one knew that Yan Nantian had already been there. On the other side, a tall figure descended. It was Cloud Sky Saint. Soon he snorted. "So that's how it is. This place is just like the legends. However, it's not much of a threat to me." His body flickered, and he quickly left. At the same time, Yen Ruyu, the Northern Devil, Lu Mu, and the others also arrived. Lin Xian also appeared in a dense forest. The moment he appeared, there was a terrifying sound in front of him. Those vines were like dark clouds. They pressed down with a gloomy aura, wanting to entangle Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly and flicked his finger. A fiery red light surged forward, intending to burn the trees. Soon he exclaimed, "What's going on?" He was stunned. Although he had used fire, it didn't have the aura of the law. The law fragment was gone. How could this be? Lin Xian was too shocked. In the next moment, the black vines wrapped around him. They had a terrifying poison on them and wanted to pierce his heart. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His 9-yang divine body shone brightly, and a powerful force shattered the vines into pieces. Boom! He raised his fist and punched forward. The trees in front of him were shattered. Then he frowned. He tried again and found that not only was the law of fire gone, but the other law fragments were also gone. Did all the laws that he had comprehended disappear? What's going on? Impossible. However, he couldn't use them now. Damn it! There's something wrong with this demon cultivation valley. In an instant, he understood that it wasn't his problem. Instead, it was this valley that had a problem. The heaven and earth here seemed to be suppressing his law fragments. At this moment, He, too, transmitted his voice. "Kid, this place seems to be different. It's a world of its own, so the laws here might be different from the outside world. There's such a thing." Lin Xian was shocked. He, too, continued. Indeed, a powerful saint could form a special space and plant his own law inside. In that space, the person who created the law was the ruler of heaven and earth. Based on the current situation, it was very likely that someone, or perhaps some saints, had joined forces to create this space. Therefore, the laws here were also revered by the saints who created the space. The other laws were suppressed and couldn't be used at all. So that's how it is. Lin Xian finally understood. He said that this space should be suppressing everyone. That saint shouldn't be able to use it either. Hate too said, "That's right, that cloud sky saint was very powerful, but he was probably only a first heaven saint. The gap between the ninth heaven saint and every improvement was incomparably huge. This demon cultivation valley must have been formed by the cooperation of those powerful saints in the ancient times or even further back. Therefore, that cloud sky saint couldn't break the laws here. He would also be suppressed." That's good. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Since everyone couldn't use the law, everyone was back to the same starting point. Next, Lin Xian began to think about other things. This was an elimination round, and the time limit was 1 month. As long as one could last for a month, they would pass. Therefore, he had to eliminate as many people as possible. Chapter 3303. Since that was the case, from now on he would only fight the North Demon or Yen Ryu if he met them. He would not let anyone else go. Buzz! Lin Xian's feet shook. He wanted to soar into the sky, but soon he realized that even his flight was restricted. He could only fly close to the ground, and he could not fly more than 100 meters. Fortunately, he still had his physique. He flew at a low altitude, and his speed was extremely fast. Along the way, he met many monsters, and most of them were extremely cold. There were also many that had terrifying flames. However, Lin Xian had effortlessly smashed them apart with his physical strength. At this time, a blood-curdling scream came from afar. It was very miserable. The entire forest shook as countless crows flew out of the forest and flew towards the distance. Someone was under attack. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and rushed in that direction. Soon he found that someone was killed, and his body was torn into pieces. There was a terrifying power in it. The ground around him collapsed, and a bottomless hole appeared. Seeing this, Lin Xian was shocked. What a terrifying power! It should be a body-tempering expert. Shaking his head, he ignored it and continued on his way. During this time he met 2 people, and he easily took care of them. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days there were countless screams. Some people did not meet, and there were fierce battles. They were attacked by the monsters in the valley. The situation was very tragic. However, at this time, Yan Nanshan's lips curled into a smile. He looked at an ancient cave in front of him, and a smile appeared on his face. This should be the place. The cave was very strange. Half of the rock layer was black, and the other half was red. There were 2 strange powers in the cave. Yan Nantian did not hesitate and walked forward. At the same time, Lin Xian also stopped. There was also an ancient ruin in front of him. It was like a movie, and it had a desolate atmosphere. It was said that this demon cultivation valley was very unusual. Some said that it was an ancient battlefield, and there was a great battle here. There were also rumors that there were mysterious treasures inside. However, it was too dangerous, so ordinary people did not dare to enter. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he began his analysis. From the looks of it, there might be a battlefield inside, but so far, there were no traces of a great battle. As for the second person to have the treasure, perhaps it was possible, but if it was, wouldn't it have been emptied long ago? One had to know. Half of their lives were able to enter this place. It should be easier for the saints on planet Suzaku to enter. Forget it for now. I'll go and take a look first. Lin Xian stepped forward, preparing to walk towards the palace in front of him. However, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind, and 3 figures descended from the sky. If there's a palace, it must be a treasure trove. Ha ha ha, we're rich. The three of them laughed maliciously. However, when they saw that there was a figure who was even faster than them and was about to enter, they were instantly enraged. "Damn you, kid, stay here." One of them stretched out his large palm and grabbed forward. Now, almost everyone knew that their laws were suppressed here, but so what? No one had any laws, so they returned to the same starting point. Therefore, they didn't care. In the blink of an eye, the palm enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian turned around and threw a punch, shattering the other party's palm. The person behind let out a muffled groan and retreated 2 steps. Beside him, the other 2 were also on guard. It was an expert. With a clang, they pulled out their weapons and released their auras. At the same time, Lin Xian turned around. They couldn't see his face clearly. It was so strange. They frowned, but soon heaved a sigh of relief, because they realized that the other party wasn't Yan Nantian and the others. As long as he wasn't at the peak of the heaven stage, they wouldn't recognize him. He should be a nobody. Although he was a little strong, the 3 of them were not afraid of him. "Get lost, kid. I'll spare your life," the person on the left shouted coldly. However, the person in the middle said that they couldn't let him go because he already knew the whereabouts of the treasure. If they let him go, he would definitely attract others, so they had to kill him to silence him. The person on the right also revealed a sinister smile. "That's right, that's what I meant too." "All right." The person on the left nodded. He looked at Lin Xian and sneered. "Kid, blame your bad luck for seeing something you shouldn't have seen. Now go to hell." The long spear in his hand stabbed over. The long spear was like a dragon, extremely terrifying and emitting light. It was considered powerful among the half-saints, but unfortunately the other party's target was Lin Xian. Seeing that the other party dared to attack, Lin Xian sneered and grabbed forward with his palm. Boom! A slap landed on the tip of the spear. Immediately, the long spear changed direction and pierced into the ground. A terrifying force was transmitted to that person's hand. That person's palm split open and blood flowed wildly. "Oh no, what a powerful force. This guy is a little terrifying. Help me kill him." The person on the left roared crazily and quickly repaired his body. Beside him, the other 2 people also charged over. One of them was a sword while the other was a saber. Although they did not have the power of laws, they were still extremely terrifying. The biting cold sword chi and saber light slashed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered and swept out his right leg like a coiling dragon. Boom! 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 There was an earth-shattering collision, and cracks appeared on the saber and sword of the 2 people. Their expressions became extremely ugly. Then a golden fist carrying a monstrous golden flame charged towards them. Their weapons shattered, and they vomited blood and flew backward with faces full of horror. They realized that their bodies were shrouded in flames. The terrifying flames burned them miserably. The 3 of them screamed. Lin Xian, on the other hand, pretended to draw his sword and slashed forward. With a boom, the sword-drawing technique blasted the 3 of them into a bloody mist. After easily dealing with the 3 of them, Lin Xian turned his head and looked at the palace in front of him again. In the next moment, he walked in. It was very empty inside, and only his footsteps echoed. However, soon he was stunned again because he saw someone in front of him. In front of him, that person was originally sitting cross-legged and seemed to be cultivating. However, when he heard the footsteps, he suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, he turned his head, and a fiery red light appeared in his eyes, instantly igniting the entire void. Lin Xian felt a scorching heat and snorted coldly. He stomped his foot, and his body emitted light. He furrowed his brows. In front, the person who turned his head was also stunned. Indeed, there was someone. He stood up. "Since you're here, then you can go to hell." As he spoke, he raised his finger and pointed forward. Lin Xian was also stunned because he realized that the other party was wearing a red robe with 2 mysterious patterns drawn on it. It was the attire of the Vermilion Bird Palace. The other party was from the Vermilion Bird Palace. In the next moment, he was even more shocked, because he realized that the other party had pointed with his finger. A vermilion bird that was surrounded by raging flames appeared. This did not surprise him. What surprised him the most was that the vermilion bird phantom actually carried the power of laws, and the power of laws danced about. Chapter 3304. What was going on? Lin Xian was stunned. The next moment he was hit by the vermilion bird and was instantly sent flying. An ant, unable to withstand a single blow. In front, that vermilion bird palace martial artist retracted his finger, then sat down again, seemingly still wanting to cultivate. However, at this time a voice came from outside. Damn laws! How can you cultivate laws? Nothing. Inside the palace, that vermilion bird palace martial artist stood up again, a thick look of shock appearing in his eyes. It shouldn't be. The vermilion bird finger just now indeed hit the other party. The law of firepower on it was enough to burn the other party to death. Even if the other party was a half-sage, his body and soul would still be destroyed here. The strange thing was, the vermilion bird palace martial artist's figure flashed and instantly arrived outside the palace. The next moment, his eyes widened because he discovered that the person he had just sent flying was actually standing in front of him. His body was somewhat charred, but that blackness was rapidly fading. You're not dead? He was seriously too shocked. Could it be that the other party dodged just now? This guy's speed was actually so fast? A little interesting. However, you'd better die for me. He pointed out 2 fingers again. This time, 2 vermilion birds flew over, bringing along powerful phantoms. Lin Xian took a deep breath, a piercing light erupting from his eyes. Although he did not know why the other party would use laws, he reached out 2 palms, grabbing towards the left and right. It seemed like he wanted to catch the 2 vermilion birds. 2 large golden hands kept growing larger, carrying terrifying power. In an instant, they grabbed the heads of the 2 vermilion birds. Then they pressed down hard on the ground. With a bang, the 2 vermilion birds were hit into the ground, directly piercing through the ground. Terrifying flames surged out, the blazing fire soaring into the sky. Sure enough, there was a problem with this law. Although this law was very strong, it was still not the same as outside. It seemed that the other party should still have his laws suppressed, but for some reason he obtained the law of fire here. Therefore he could unleash such an attack. Lin Xian saw through it in an instant. In front, that vermilion bird palace man was stunned, his eyes wide open. What did he see? The 2 law attacks he unleashed were blocked by the other party barehanded. How could this be? Who was the other party? What kind of physique did he have? One had to know that he was also a genius of the Vermilion Bird Palace. He naturally knew the rules of the Devil Cultivation Valley. Therefore, the moment he arrived, he found a space and quickly comprehended the laws within. Soon, he had condensed a fragment of the law of fire, which made him extremely happy. Now, he had far surpassed the others. Even those top geniuses couldn't beat him because those people couldn't use laws, but he could. That was because the Devil Cultivation Valley was very strange. It was a unique space formed by the cooperation of many sages. It formed its own heaven and earth and its own laws. Therefore, one had to cultivate here and comprehend the laws here before they could use it. Furthermore, once the laws were outside, they would disappear without a trace. Thus, comprehending them would be much faster than comprehending them outside. Therefore, he was able to comprehend the law of fire fragment in a short few days. Only the people of the Vermilion Bird Palace knew about this. The others simply didn't know. Therefore, they were able to seize the initiative. That was indeed the case, but now he found that it was useless. Lin Fan was able to use his physical strength to fight against his law of fire fragment. Lin Xian didn't answer the other party's question. Instead, he asked, "You being able to cultivate laws should have something to do with this palace, right?" It seemed that the secret was there. What a smart brat. Since you found out, there's nothing I can do. I can only silence you. The Vermilion Bird Palace geniuses face sank and revealed a sinister expression. Although he didn't know what had happened, he had a huge advantage over Lin Fan. His law of fire fragment could definitely kill Lin Fan. I don't believe you can block my second attack. He crossed his arms and the law of fire fragment condensed, forming a vermilion bird mountain that pressed down. This was one of the Vermilion Bird Palace's great abilities. It had boundless strength and could crush everything. Didn't Lin Fan have a strong physique? Then let's see if his physique was stronger or if his Vermilion Bird Mountain was more terrifying. Boom! With a wave of his hand, the Vermilion Bird Mountain soared into the sky. Under the influence of the law of fire fragment, it continued to expand until it filled the entire sky. Then it pressed down on Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. This scene was too shocking and would definitely attract the attention of others. If more experts came, it would be troublesome. He had to quickly kill his opponent and comprehend the law of fire fragment inside. Thinking of this, Lin Xian didn't hold back. He roared and raised his hands to meet the attack. With a boom, his hands blocked the Vermilion Bird Mountain. What? How is this possible? Seeing this scene, the Vermilion Bird Palace genius's eyes almost popped out. Lin Fan actually blocked it. This was too unbelievable. Lin Xian was like an overlord. He raised his hands to resist the Vermilion Bird Mountain. At the same time, he roared and used his strength to split the Vermilion Bird Mountain in half. Boom! With a stomp of his foot, he turned into a ray of light and rushed forward. In an instant, he was in front of his opponent. His fist was like a dragon as it punched forward. The Vermilion Bird Palace genius was still in shock. He couldn't believe that his ultimate skill and the law of fire fragment were destroyed by someone's bare hands. And Lin Fan only relied on the strength of his physical body. What kind of physique was that? Why hadn't he heard of it before? Suddenly he screamed because he felt a huge pressure pressing down on him. Countless cracks appeared on his body. The next moment he saw a golden fist in front of him. It was extremely fast. Not good. The Vermilion Bird Palace genius's pupils shrank. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He could only roar crazily and use his strongest attack. Vermilion Bird, triple strike. He extended both of his palms and waved them continuously, mobilizing all of his power. The fragment of the law of fire was used to the extreme by him. Lin Xian didn't hold back either. At this moment, he also used the 9-yang divine body to the extreme. The golden runes on his body moved and shone with a mysterious light. Boom! There was an earth-shattering collision. Then, the Vermilion Bird Palace genius's eyes widened. His hands were smashed into a bloody mist, and his body was torn apart. His eyes were filled with fear. Impossible. Damn it. How was this possible? Finally, at the last moment, he saw the golden runes on his opponent's body. That was the symbol of the 9-yang divine body. Lin Fan had the 9-yang divine body, but that shouldn't be. Didn't the 9-yang divine body perish together with the great demon? Could it be that Lin Fan didn't die? The Vermilion Bird Palace genius thought of a possibility and screamed crazily. Lin Xian strode over and looked at the other party's head. His lips curled into a smile. You guessed it right.